May we have a roll call?
Yes, Mr. Don.
Here.
Mr. Descala.
Here.
Mr. Polipiano.
Here.
Mr. Reeves.
Here.
Mr. Semper.
Here.
And Mr. Breen.
Here. Pursuant to Section 5, Chapter 231, PL 1975, this is to state for the record that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided to the public by posting and maintaining the annual notice of regular meetings on the bulletin board in Village Hall, by publishing the annual notice of regular meetings for 2015 in the December 2014 edition of the South Orange Maplewood News Record, and by filing said notice in the office of the village clerk. First order. Anyone shut those doors? Yeah, verification. Why don't we give it, somebody go back there and just shut the doors, maybe it'll stay a little bit quiet. If it heats up, we'll open them up again. They're not. So can you all hear me? No? Yeah. It's okay, so we need to speak just for the broadcast. Okay. So then we need to speak up so people can hear us. If you can't hear us, nicely let us know. Throw something at us. A little bit more. Okay. So the first order of business is the approval of the minutes for the regular meeting held on Tuesday, April 7th, 2015. And I think Mr. Descala had a couple of revisions, and we see them there put there.
Yeah, they've been made.
And they've been made, and they were in red there in case you wanted to track them. Does anybody have any questions about the minutes? Other concerns? May we have a motion? Second.
Okay, Mr. Descala.
Yes.
Mr. Reeves.
Yes.
Mr. Semper.
Yes.
Mr. Breen.
Yes.
Mr. Don.
Yes.
And Mr. Polipiano.
Yes. The next item is approval of resolution, case 1018, Patricia Killian and Anthony DeLuca on Kingsland Terrace. This was the addition that we approved onto the back of the house. We have Mr. Dwyer's resolution. Do we have any comments about it? I think there was one correction about a name of the one of the experts, and you made that already.
Yes. Marvin, not Matthew, I guess.
Right. I think it was well written as usual. It was well written, but also concise. I have no problems with it. There were no inaccuracies that I saw.
No. I move that we adopt the resolution.
We have a second.
I'll second.
And Mr. Descala.
Yes.
Mr. Reeves.
Yes.
Mr. Semper.
Yes.
Mr. Breen.
Yes.
Mr. Polipiano.
Yes.
And Mr. Don.
Yes.
Okay, so now we move on to the applications for the evening. The order that we're going to take this in is St. Paul's Outreach is going to come first. I know that, are the Evans here this evening?
Yes.
Okay, y'all are second up, and I'm hoping that we will be able to get to you this evening because most of the testimony, I think, for St. Paul's has been given already. So I'm fairly confident that we'll get to y'all this evening. I'm hoping we will.
Thank you.
Okay, but there's no guarantee. Okay. Okay, so let's go ahead and begin with case 1017, or continue St. Paul's Outreach, 315 Self Place, applicant seeking a D variance for the rear and side yard setbacks. Ms. Birkenwald.
Thank you, Sal.
In my last submittal, which was mailed to you, or which was submitted on April 23rd, I included a list of 21, just speak louder. In my last submittal, I included a list of 21 documents that were submitted so far in this application. I would just ask that those documents be entered into evidence as they've already been identified and submitted. And in my last submittal, I had a list of the 21 different documents. The last site plan that was submitted to you had one change, moving a small amount of asphalt in order to try to avoid a tree that would otherwise have had to be knocked down. The engineer is here tonight, but we feel that the change was so slight that unless the board wanted to ask him questions about it, I just have two witnesses tonight. I have the planner that was here last time, and I have the mission leader, Joe Begansky, and board members had asked that he be here. He was here last month, but he is here to address you with a just short address as to what his position is with St. Paul's Outreach and what they do and what their mission is. So I would ask that Joe Begansky approach. I have the high one, and he's so much taller, he has the low one. But
Janet, what's the last exhibit that we have?
I don't think they entered it.
I don't see any. So, a lot of the documents that are identified in your letter were actually submissions. Some of them were submissions
Yes,
originally, and
some-
some were submitted later.
correct. I tried to list all of them, and I grouped them under the date that I submitted them.
Right. So for our purposes, all right, if that's your request, we're going to mark them exhibits in the order that you listed, even the ones that were submitted with the package. We're going to call them all exhibits to keep it clear. All right?
I think it just will be easier to refer to them. It's been over a few months, and sometimes it's difficult to keep track, so I thought this would be useful for the board. And
raise your
today I offered a few brochures of St. Paul's Outreach, and one of the documents is a snapshot from their website, which I've handed out to the members as well.
Are you offering that as well?
Yes.
So that would be A22?
Yes.
Sure.
Ms. Birkenwald, you know that the board prefers these things 2 weeks in advance, and to submit them on the evening of doesn't give us, or for that matter, the public, if you're giving them opportunity, particularly if it's written material to read, as opposed to, let's say, a photo, where you can look at quickly. It's just really not fair to the board. Go ahead.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you will give to this board is the whole truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address and spell your last name.
Joseph Begansky, Buganski. I live at 315 South Place, South Orange, New Jersey.
Thank you.
And 315 South Place is the location of the St. Paul's Outreach.
Yes, it is.
Yes. What is your position with St. Paul's Outreach?
I'm a mission leader with St. Paul's Outreach.
What does that mean?
So a mission leader is someone who has gone through St. Paul's Outreach training to work with students on whatever campus they're sent to work on. And in my particular case, work at Seton Hall to lead Bible studies and spiritual formation for the students that I work with. In addition to leading our men's household, which is located at 315 South Place, and leading the men spiritually within the house. So I'm, I guess, their spiritual leader.
And why don't you describe what your job is, what your day-to-day life is?
Sure.
with the students?
So I live in the house with the guys at 315 South Place. We wake up at 6:30 and have morning prayer. We do the Liturgy of the Hours, which is the Catholic prayers that religious do across the world and other Catholics do. We do that for about 45 minutes to an hour each morning. And then I go within the house, and sometimes I have meetings with the guys in the house, one-on-one meetings with the guys, or meetings with our other missionaries. Then I usually go to campus for a portion of the day, meet with students there. I run a couple of Bible studies on campus and lead students from there. Then I come back, and 2 days a week we have dinners, household dinner together, where we discuss how guys' days were, how they're doing, but also discuss spiritually, like things like prayer and things they're learning. And then for within the house, I guess, really day to day really depends on what's going on. But I meet with the guys bi-week, like once every 2 weeks. I'll meet with each guy and work with them spiritually. I guess we call it pastorally, kind of. If they're having any problems with faith or maybe with relationships, kind of just speaking with them and leading them. As I've gone through the program myself in past years, knowing, kind of just giving them some advice and also just giving them spiritual advice. So.
What was your training for this? You yourself were a
Elaine,
resident.
you have to get closer to the microphone,
I'm
please.
sorry.
You yourself were a resident in an SPO household when you were in college?
So I lived in the men's house, the men's household, for 3 years under a different missionary who led the house as a student, and that's how I kind of learned a lot about what SPO, St. Paul's Outreach, does. Then I applied to be a mission leader, went through the interview process, background checks, the whole 9 yards, and then went through their training this summer to learn how to lead a household and lead the Bible studies on campus and lead the students. So.
How long do you stayed in an SPO household for 3 years?
Yes.
Is that fairly typical?
I'd say 2 to 3 years guys would stay, maybe move in as a sophomore, stay for a junior year as well, maybe senior year. In my experience, guys stay 2 to 3 years in a household. Mm-hmm. Obviously, there's exceptions to that, but 2 to 3 years is pretty usual.
So what does the residential program do for the religious mission of St. Paul's Outreach?
Mm-hmm. Am I allowed to read something from our website?
Certainly.
Cool. SPO households equip young Catholics to live out a call to holiness in their daily lives. Living the household way of life fosters growth in selfless love and service through daily personal prayer, regular meals, weekly chores, and evangelistic outreach. Because this formation in Christian living and mission is learned day in and day out, the components of the new way of life in Christ become habits that last a lifetime. I went through this program with St. Paul's Outreach myself, and when I entered the program, I wasn't a bad person, but I wasn't formed in my faith, and I was pretty immature in my faith. Being in the household, I went through their formation program and Bible studies, and those were helpful, but living in the house really is what formed me into the man that I am today, helped me mature in my faith. So the residential aspect of the house is crucial to what we do. It's not just that guys come live with us and go out and do their own thing, and a couple of the programs stick. It's living in the house is what's really important to forming the guys and helping them become, full Christian disciples. And that's really what the aim is. The living in the house is the most important part. Learning how to cook and clean, even just on a human formation level, learning to cook and clean, living with a guy, but then also learning to pray, learning to be accountable for mistakes. And so that's really what the household's been for me, and in my experience, been for the guys that I've been able to lead.
And if you didn't live in the household, do you think that St. Paul's Outreach would not really be able to accomplish its mission as successfully?
Yeah, I'd say that the household component of St. Paul's Outreach, we have 4 core things that are really essential to what we do as a ministry, and household is one of those 4 cores. Without it, really, we lack, something really lacks if household's not a part of what we do as a mission ministry. So I think I don't know if we'd cease to exist if our household we didn't have a household, but it'd be very difficult to do what we do, and it would certainly, it'd be detrimental if we didn't have our household.
Are you kind of a supervisor of the resident students?
Yeah, I am their supervisor.
And you are responsible for discipline if there's any break of the rules?
Yeah, I am.
And there is a set of rules, household,
Yeah.
residence rules?
I'm not sure if it was given to the board. We have our conduct policy and our household program, ideals and practices.
Those were, by the way, those were number 5 and 6 in the initial submission of the application. Household program, ideals, and the conduct policy. Could you just give a brief explanation of what the household rules are?
Sure. Really, the household rules, they're all laid out here, is we commit to praying together every day. We commit to the 2 meals a week. The guys also commit to daily personal prayer and following the teachings of the Catholic Church. So, anything that's sinful, we would say, is against our rules, because that's against what the Catholic Church teaches. So that's our approach is, we follow also the law, like no alcohol under 21. We don't let women into the house. We have a curfew for women. They're not allowed to stay the night. And, I think...
Mm-hmm. So you think the residential program is really essential for St. Paul's to have its religious impact on young students?
Yeah, the residential nature is essential.
Oh, how does the parking work presently? You're kind of in charge of that, aren't you?
Functional, it works. It's not great. We have the guys essentially line up on the driveway. We have the 4 biggest cars go to the end of the driveway where the guys can have the most maneuverability, and then the smaller compact cars line up on the side. And it's really you come in and you fill up the spots until they're full, and sometimes we need to do a little parallel parking. But it's functional. It doesn't work particularly well, but it does work.
Mm-hmm. And now you have 10 cars there, approximately?
Yeah, approximately. I guess it just fluctuates on day to day sometimes.
Uh-huh. All right. Is there anything more? I don't think that's really... Are you kind of an example for the young men that live in St. Paul's?
Yeah, I'm their spiritual leader. I'm supposed to set the standard of what it is to look like to be a Christian. I do my best to try to set that example for the guys.
Thank you. I'm sure you do. So you use the chapel for morning prayers, and then you have Bible studies?
We use the chapel for our morning prayer and then also for personal prayer. Guys go in there to pray on their own, which is something we encourage. Then, sometimes we'll have a Bible study in there. We also have other rooms within the house that are made for Bible studies in small groups.
And the missionaries meet there once a week to pray too?
Yeah, the missionaries pray together once a week in our chapel.
And about how many are there at Seton Hall?
We have 8 full-time missionaries at Seton Hall, and then I guess maybe
I think that's it. If the board has any questions.
Okay, do we have any questions for Mr. Ugansky?
I had a couple. I know that the young men who live there, are there currently 11 living there?
there are currently 10 living there, myself included.
Okay. Now, they pay rent, right?
We call it a program fee, but I think the difference is that if it was a normal rent situation, if a guy were to drop out, rent would increase. If a guy were to, for whatever reason, drop out of household, that number would stay the same. So it's not exactly rent. It's there's a stipend for whatever. It doesn't increase if a guy drops out. So, but they do pay a fee to live there.
Does the rent include food? Or
yes,
the stipend, or is that what you call it? Stipend?
$100 of that goes towards food, and we we'll buy the food together as a house.
It's approximately $750 a month?
I don't know the number off the top of my head. Ed's saying 750, 760, something like that.
Okay. Who collects that?
St. Paul's Outreach has a collecting, I'm not really sure how it works. It's an electronic collection, and then they send a living check to the guys to pay for food, which we get, and, you know, we should give it to the shopper, and he...
Okay, so you don't collect the rent, the
I don't
stipend?
personally collect the rent, no.
Okay. And you don't distribute the money for
No,
those?
we get a check to, actually it just goes right to our shopper, who just puts the check in, and then goes, buys the food, and then I'll hold on to the money, and he'll hold on to the money for the rest of the month, and just kind of works like that.
Can I just ask a couple questions with the parking?
Sure.
The driveway is, as I remember, about 10 feet wide. How are cars parking along the side and still leaving room to drive?
So it's 10 feet at some points. I'm not sure if there's, it's at 10 feet when it kind of winds up, but then it gets wider, I think to about 30 feet or so. So cars just line up right, not at the skinny part of the driveway, at the wider point. It parks in there. And you guys usually just do a K-turn to get out.
We saw a picture last time of parking in the winter where people were parking in the area that is being requested to be paved, but is not currently paved. So they're parking on the grass, but it's frozen grass.
Yeah.
Are people parking on the grass?
Not anymore. We don't park in that area because we were told we weren't supposed to because of all this is going on. So we've just been cramming into the driveway. So.
And cramming into the driveway as is, you can fit how many cars?
I think 10 functionally. I think we fit 11 or 12 and be real tight.
Does that include the use of the garage?
No, the garage isn't functional to be used yet. The hope is that we could.
Are you parking in front of the garage entrance?
Yeah, because
So those cars might go inside, but it doesn't change the 10 to 12 that you can fit.
Yeah, because we'd have to keep cars outside of that
Right.
spot. Yeah, correct.
What do you do when guests come? In terms of their cars?
In terms of cars, they'll park in there, and usually it gets tight. I try to have the guests park on campus if they can, and walk over. But if they need to park in the driveway, it just gets tight, and then I make a note to the guys, hey, if you have to get out early, make sure you park your car in a spot that's going to be able to get out if it's too tight.
We had testimony about the, I think it was 12 times a year, having the larger meeting that used to be held there that was 35 to 40 people, has been moved to campus, but you'd like to move it back to that site. If there were 35 or 40 people, what would you do for parking?
Usually what the approach for that is, there are some people who do drive over. That's, I think, why we have realized we needed the extra spots. But with that, a lot of our students walk from campus. It's just a 5-minute walk to the front gate, so it's pretty close. Most of our students walk, or if a car's coming over, they'll get a few students in that car. But I'd say the majority of them walk.
Is there any curbing on the driveway currently that prevents somebody from pulling over onto the grass?
On which side?
On
There
the
is
driveway?
one if you're coming to the driveway on the left-hand side that we park along. There's curbing there, kind of our guide.
And on the right side, there's not curbing.
There's none on
Which
the
is
right
why
side.
people were able to pull into that grassed
Exactly.
area. Is there any parking behind the building at this point?
Not at this point, no.
So the parking is only essentially in the front and on the side?
Yeah, the front and on the right side of the building.
Thank you.
Mr. Dwyer? Mr. Bragansky, you mentioned that the residential aspect of the program was one of the core parts. Oh, the 4 core parts. What are the other 3?
The other 3 are our formation program. Actually, I have them written down. It's our formation program, the household program. We run a retreat called, so our formation program, our household program, our fan into flame retreat, which is a retreat we hold once a year, not at the house, but at another site. And then a big conference in the summer called the School of the New Evangelization. Those are our 4 core programs.
You say those again, please?
Our formation program,
And what's formation?
that's that large group event that Mr. Palapiano was just asking about.
Once a month?
I think it's twice a month, the large group event, and then the small groups. That's the formation program. The household program, which is, I was just explaining.
Which is the household, your household?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
the program that I'm
Okay.
in charge of.
If I just may note, the handout I gave is a snapshot from their website, and it shows the 4 core programs. The one I gave out.
You said you're meeting twice a month in these bigger
Twice a
meetings.
month in the large groups, and then twice a month is in the small groups, but those aren't necessarily at the house.
I'm really only concerned about the meetings at the house.
Okay.
So how many meetings a month are you having at the house, and how many people are at those meetings?
I'd say there are 2 meetings a month. It really depends on the month and the schedule of the school, but 2 meetings a month, and I'd say 35 to 40 people.
What hours are those meetings held?
I want to say 8:30 till 10 o'clock
In the evening?
in the evening, yes, p.m.
That's the Monday night program?
Those are the Monday night programs, yeah.
And since the zoning issue was brought up, you've moved that formation program to Seton Hall campus?
That's been on campus, yeah.
It previously was at Self Place.
It was.
As a matter of fact, it was even at Self Place when the Salesians owned the property.
A few years ago when the Salesians owned it, I think we used it for our meetings, yeah. That was before I was really involved, though.
How long have you lived at this residence in Self Place?
I believe we moved in end of October, early November. I think October, November of last year, so of 2014.
And you can answer this, or Ms. Barker-Wall can remind us. How long has St. Paul's been in place with its program in this place?
In New Jersey?
No, at Self Place.
I believe the deed was in September of 2014. And I supplied the deed. I think September 24th, but I'm not certain. It's in the deed, which was in the first submission with the initial application.
Mr. Boganski, are the Fan into Flame retreat held at this property?
No, they're not.
And the School of New Evangelization?
It's not held at the property.
Inside the chapel, is there an altar?
Yes. Yes.
And is there, do you keep hosts on site? Roman Catholic hosts?
I don't understand. I'm sorry, I don't understand. the
Communion
question.
hosts.
Oh, hosts. No, we do not.
Can I just ask a couple more questions about the function of the house? The people who live in the house share responsibility for chores, share responsibilities for cooking, function as one unit. Is that a true statement?
I'd say so, yeah.
Why don't you tell us
They
what
function
they
as one
actually do?
unit.
I apologize.
Does that help? They function, yes, they function as one unit.
So tell us how they function as one unit. You mentioned that there's morning prayer together. That would be an example.
Morning prayer together.
2 days a week of dinner together.
2 days a week, yes.
You share the food budget. Other examples of
Chores together, some food together. Guys will pray together just in their own personal way. Guys will study together. They'll hang out outside of the house together. You know, just spending time together. Just think.
How many people do you anticipate residents moving in?
For next year,
Mm-hmm.
I believe we're going to have 8. I think it's 8 next year. And I don't know if that includes the missionary who will be supervising. So it might be 9, but 8 students and 1 missionary.
So you won't be there next year?
It's up in the air. It's not. I haven't been told where I'm going to be placed next year.
Well, if there's one missionary, you're not going to keep 2 supervised, you and somebody else.
No, but the supervisor might be me. I'm just not sure if that supervisor will be me.
Okay.
They can move the missionaries where they please, so I haven't been told yet.
So supervisor is the same as missionary?
I guess, yeah, missionary who supervises the house, yes. We usually just refer to it as the household leader.
Do you intend to open up the chapel for public worship?
No, we don't.
Has it ever been opened as far as you know?
As far as I know, it has not been.
Have you considered putting parking in the back of the house?
I believe we have considered that, I think. Ms.
Yes,
Berkemore.
you're familiar, actually. We had a plan drawn of putting parking in the back, and
I
you're
think
familiar with that. You've seen that
there's a
plan.
plan to put, a parking lot in the back. We looked at it, and I think it was, kind of ugly, to be honest with you, and we thought it took away from the residential look of the house. But yeah, there was a drawing of a parking lot in the back, and we decided
We haven't seen that.
we could try for this parking that we're going for right now before that, and then if you'd rather us do that, then I guess we go that route.
How many spaces did you think you might put back there?
I don't know off the top of my head. I think maybe 6 or 7, and then hoping to use the garage for 2, and then have a few that would be behind the property line for the existing to get to 11, or the remaining to get to 11.
Would you thought it wouldn't look good, the parking in back? You know, our ordinance requires that cars not be parked in front of the house.
Sure.
What was your view on why it would look better with the cars parked in front of the house?
It was just big and kind of, I'm not an architect, so I'm not familiar with how all that looks. But it just looked kind of bulky and awkward, and also like the yard wouldn't be able to be used for a yard to be turned into a parking lot.
Our expert, Ms. Gruhl, actually, at my request, I asked her because that occurred to me of, if you did put parking in back, could you put parking in back, an estimate?
If the board would like, I have copies of a sketch putting a parking lot in the back, and we had it drawn. I suggested it to see if it would fit, and we could fit, I think it was 6, I'm not sure of the number, but we could have the same amount of parking, and instead of having the variance for parking in front of the house, we wouldn't really have a variance, and it didn't even exceed the lot coverage. But we looked at it and we thought that it's much more attractive and residential looking to leave it the way it is and just squeeze in some additional parking in front of the house. And we felt because of the unusual shape of the property, having a few vehicles in front of the house with that long, narrow T-shaped driveway, we thought it's preferable to keep it more like it is today, not make much of a change, just widen it very slightly to make it just a little more functional. But if the board would like, I could pass around.
Well, it's an idea that I've thought of. And I've been ambivalent about that too. You know, had some of the same thoughts that you did. What might look better? I actually asked our expert, Ms. Gruhl, just to give us an estimate of, within the bounds of the side and rear setbacks, how many cars.
I could give her the plan or give it to all of you.
Well, yes, you can
Bring
give it to us,
with
but
me.
I'm asking Ms. Gruhl to also let the board know what you've come up with.
Yes, what we did was we looked at the parking setback of 7 feet that would have to be landscaped and/or fenced, but with that parking setback of 7 feet, order of magnitude, we were able to see about 16 spaces in the back.
Okay.
Whoa, that's a lot. And that's consistent with there's a limitation on parking of not more than 25% of the minimum required rear yard for the lot? Those spaces are consistent with that?
We didn't look at that. We looked at the setbacks.
Just the setback?
We looked at the setbacks, and those setbacks as it relates to houses of worship
Right.
are 7 feet. And that's what we were looking at.
I looked at 92202E, and
What are you referring to, Mr.
92202
Parlapiano?
E, that's regarding residential one-family,
Right.
one and two-family houses.
right. You were looking at it as
As a,
a church.
As the conditional use standards for a house of worship.
Okay, and if it was single-family residential, what would the limit be?
I did not look at that. Speak up.
I asked
No,
the
wait,
question. I asked the question, we'll get to it.
You have your opportunity to ask questions. You can't have everybody getting up. If you're going to get upset over this, believe me, it can get worse than this. All right? So let's try to, all right, just keep it calm.
just to be clear, in looking at the use of the property for what the conditional use would be for the religious building nonprofit.
Speak up. You got to speak up, Sal. It
I'm
doesn't.
sorry.
There's no amplification in those, Sal.
This one's not.
It's just for the people at
Okay.
home.
Chapter 92-210, which is the conditional use, which is what the applicant doesn't meet the conditions for the church, the religious building, and the reason they're here is because they don't meet the conditions of that use. So if they did, they'd be before the planning board, but because they don't, they need the variances. The requirement in 92-210 for parking doesn't limit the percentage of area in the rear of the building. It does specifically say that the parking needs to be back in the back of the building, but it doesn't limit the area that can be used. It gives
That's
the
right.
setback.
So there are two angles here.
Correct.
If it's a conditional use, there's a set of regulations regarding parking, which really come to the fact that it has to be in the rear, and there's a setback and a screening obligation.
Correct.
And that's what we looked at.
Yes.
There's the other possibility, which is this is a single-family residential use of a family unit that functions as a unit, in which case a different set of parking regulations apply. And that's what I was referring to with 202B.
Correct.
So I guess that begs the question, what is the zoning table assuming?
What do you mean by what is the zoning table?
The zoning table provides actual and required by code.
Based on churches and auditoriums, 1 space per 3 seats, 24 seats, 8 spaces.
Is that a note?
It's in the lower left-hand corner of C1.
Yeah, I don't know that this is a discussion for this witness.
Right.
I think we have a
Yeah.
we have a legal discussion to have about
Yeah.
the classification of this property.
But Ms. Groh, I don't know if you have time while we're asking other questions.
I think maybe our planner should
On page, on 92-202, item E, there is that if it's a single family, not more than 25% of the area of the required minimum rear yard, not more than 50% of the area of a side yard shall be utilized for off-street parking. So I don't know if that would affect your calculations at all. Perhaps you could do something quickly there.
That would if it's treated as a one-family, two-family house.
Right.
That's correct.
That's not what the application is for.
I know, but if it were considered a single-family house, how many could you put back there roughly? And that's why I'd also like to see what your estimates were. You said you were going to give us a sketch that you all did?
All right, yeah. We had a sketch, we looked at it, we thought that the neighbors, as well as ourselves, we thought the existing situation is more attractive, but the small population, one large one.
And you came up with 6, and this was under consideration that it would be considered a house of worship?
No, it's not 6 parking spaces. It's 6 in the rear yard with no variances, with no setback variances, and then 3 along the side, but in back of the front of the house, and the 2 in the garage, which presently is dysfunctional, but if this application is approved, they're going to put functioning garage doors and make them functional.
Well, that's another question I have for Mr. Ugansky. Why haven't you just fixed the garage already and put cars into it? What's stopping you from doing that?
That's above, I mean, I don't make those decisions, so I think we were waiting on the application to go through. If it wasn't going to go through, I think they're going to look at another approach, so I'm not sure why. But that is above my decision making.
Does everybody have one? I still have one.
Okay, so I see your sketch here. It's in back, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
I have one large copy of it.
6.
Because, again, we thought
It would look
that-
better the other way. Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
somebody, I think there's a architect on the board or the planner. If the planner wants, we do have one large copy, maybe I should give it to you.
You offering that as A23?
Thank you.
Are you?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Ugansky, is there a
Excuse me. What is A23, please?
All right, 823 is a sketch of the property with a drawn-in parking lot to the rear of the building.
It's actually sheet C1 with parking added, correct?
Yes.
Yes, it's the site plan with a parking lot drawn in the back.
Thank you.
So instead of adding parking in front of the dwelling, it would add a parking lot in the rear. It would meet all the setbacks. But we thought it would be too much of a change, that with a very small modification of asphalt, we thought that the parking functions, because these are people living together who also live with a supervisor.
Elaine, we have a witness.
Okay.
If you want him to testify, you can ask him questions.
Mr. Chairman, just if I may, looking at the plan that they've provided, they can get considerably more parking in the back than what's proposed here. And looking at this, if the property was a one-family, two-family house, the area would be in excess of 25% of the rear yard. So that would be in variance, but since they're going for the use variance for the non-conforming conditional use, the setback lines, which are shown on the plan, the 7-foot setback lines, they could definitely expand this lot and get significantly more parking in the rear of the property and put the buffering around the back without affecting the entrance, allowing vehicles to be able to turn around, no backups, no K-turns, and things like that. So I understand the applicant doesn't want to do that because they want to keep that space for whatever use they propose to use it for, but it would be, there is space there to get significantly more parking than just the 6 spaces that are here.
Under it being considered a conditional use, or
Yes, and that's the application they're going through. That's what's before you.
Okay, so that would accord with what you came up with, Ms. Gruhl, the 16 spaces.
Yes, and I'll confirm that if it is being, I think under the condition of the application, I do not consider it as single family and that 25% limitation. If that were the case, it would be like that.
Right. Okay. Maybe you can give me a ballpark on that one, if you can, in the next couple of minutes. Just a ballpark.
A ballpark?
Yes, under a single-family conditions, with that 25%.
Of how many spaces?
Yeah, that you could fit in back.
About 5.
5? Okay, all right. Do y'all have this is for Mr. Ugansky, and it's, again, your last name is E-U-G-A-N-S-K?
No, B-U-G, so Bug
Ugansky. I'm
Ansky.
sorry. Okay.
That's okay.
Ugansky. Mr. Ugansky, is there any kind of house rules as far as curfew or, on weekends or weeknights, anything like that?
For the guys to get back in, a curfew for the men? There is no curfew for the men. We have a curfew that have other people who don't live with us out of the house, particularly women. That is, I believe, 10 on a school night, which we say is Sunday to Thursday night, and then Thursday night through Saturday night, I believe it is 11 p.m. that women have to be out, and other guests, if they're sometimes a guest might stay, but that's not too common. But for the men, there is no curfew. I mean, most of the guys come home relatively in a normal hour. I guess sometimes come home late if they're studying or something like that.
So there's a curfew for women at 10 p.m. on Sunday through Wednesday?
Sunday through, Wednesday night.
Through Wednesday night, and 11 p.m. on Thursday through Saturday?
Yes.
And there's no curfew for other male guests?
No.
We have other questions from Mr. Bugansky? Okay, do members of the public have any questions for Mr. Bugansky? Come on, where are we going to take the questions? Okay, so you have to share the microphone here. Come on up, sir. Now, the way we do this is we don't scream at the witness. Okay, you can scream at me. You ask questions only. He can only testify about what he's talked about. He's not a planner. He's not an architect. Okay, so you ask questions about what he said. You got to speak into the microphone, sir, and state your name and your address, please.
My name is Buckner Wallingford. I live at 322 Irving Avenue. I share about 70 feet with this property in the back of your yard. I understand that there's been testimony that there are 17 bedrooms and possibly 34 beds in this place.
No.
Is that correct?
No.
I don't know if there's been testimony.
He didn't testify to that.
Is that...
There are not 34 beds in the house. There are 70, it's maybe 70 bedrooms, they're not all used
All right. Is there any plan to use them as bedrooms? Is there any plan to go beyond the, what are there, 10 now that you said there are 10 residents?
I don't think they're planning to go much more than 10, maybe 11, maybe 12. I don't think a house really could work. Just from my perspective of leading it, I don't think I can handle that many guys.
All right. I think that exhausts my questions. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Okay, go ahead, state
John Lopos, 311 South. Oh, sorry, guys.
You got to speak a lot louder.
Got a little bit of a cold. I apologize. John Lopos, 311 South Place, right next to the property. Joe, you you said that you've gone through training to work with students on campus. You lead Bible studies. You lead the men's household. Yes. You're the spiritual leader.
Yes, I am.
And then I think your attorney kind of guided you through some other description of your day-to-day job, which would include, if I got this right, running the morning program, running Bible studies on campus, discussing things with the guys, meeting with each guy, talking about problems and relationships, things like that, giving advice.
Sure, yes.
Yeah, okay, spiritual advice. So I have a couple questions more for you. So would you consider yourself a resource person to these men?
How do you mean
a resource person for guidance or to help them get through the day or to help them with their studies?
Spiritual resource. Yeah.
Okay, so a role model?
Yes.
You said morning program, so kind of a programmer? Morning program?
Well, it's not a program, it's a prayer, so I lead the prayer.
Okay.
Prayer leader.
Policy enforcer? I think so. You've gone through training, you said, to be in this role. And you kind of help with the administration of the premises, kind of run things on the premises?
I guess, yeah. I mean,
Okay.
in terms of like chores and stuff like that.
Yeah.
yes, I do.
So the reason why I'm asking you that is because this is in fact the language that's used for the resident assistant position description at Seton Hall University under the basic expectations. So it seems, would you consider that your role is very similar to what a resident assistant does in a dormitory, even just based on the language that you used and the language that Seton Hall uses in their resident assistant position description?
I'd say it's similar. I'd say it's different in, I have a few friends and students that I mentor who are RAs, resident assistants, and it's different in, they don't necessarily give spiritual advice.
Okay.
And then they also don't lead prayer in the dorms, and their residents aren't held to a standard of waking up for morning prayer, being held to the standards that we hold our men to. The residents don't go through an interview process the way that our residents do.
I think they go through an interview process, but maybe not the same kind of interview process?
Ours is probably a much more extensive interview process.
Okay.
I'm sure it is.
Okay. You said that you had previously lived. I just think it's uncanny the number of similarities between the two. You said you previously lived in a household for SPO.
Yes, I
Yeah,
have.
where was the household?
That was at 618 Berkeley Ave in Orange. It's a couple of blocks away. Right off Tremont Avenue in Orange.
Okay, so it was not in South Orange.
No, it was, I think, right on the border.
Right on the border. So I think you said it was in Orange. Okay. You had given us a little bit of insight about formation, and I'm not familiar with that. So you had mentioned that before you had become more formed in your faith, you said you weren't bad, right? But I'm trying to understand how you might characterize some of these young men who are not yet formed, who are unformed. Where's their mindset? What's their behavior like before they are formed? What are some of the problems that they may typically have if they fall out of the faith before they become formed?
Well, I don't know if I even classify them as problems, maybe in a way that would typically be classified, maybe more as Catholic, Christian, spiritual sense. Problems of like not praying, like neglecting prayer, not going to church. Typically, before I was born, I never prayed, or very rarely did. So I guess more problems of just immaturity, maybe difficulties with the roommate in terms of, hey, this guy's not cleaning his room or something like that. I think, I wouldn't say any problems in terms of, well, the guy shouldn't be living in the house, more problems of they need to grow, mature, and where we want them to grow, mature is in a faith, when they respect the guys that they live with.
Okay.
They're gonna be friends.
Okay. So you had said that the residential nature of this, the household is essential to the mission. Is it the residential nature or is it the communal nature?
I think it's both in terms of the residential nature allows it to be a communal nature in terms of the guys living together, learning how to deal with maybe a guy that you disagree with on something.
Okay.
So something like that. I think the residential nature and the communal nature work together.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple more questions, and I'll give it.
Make sure you're talking into the mic.
Yeah, just a couple more questions. I'm sorry, folks. I've got a short voice here. You spoke about parking. You spoke about parking, and you said it works. You can do it.
Yeah, it's functional.
It's functional, and in fact, your neighbor, I've been able to observe. Would you agree that since the April hearing, there has been a focused and working and dedicated effort to turn the cars around and to exit the property face first?
It sure has been.
Yeah, it's been,
We've been trying
almost
not to back out.
almost exclusive. Would you agree that's been exclusively working?
I told the guys after our April hearing, hey, don't back out, and I think for the most part they've done that.
Yeah, I would agree. I think you're right. But you also acknowledge that when we were talking about the number of cars that are on the property, I think you said it was 10 to 12 on average, okay? But that fluctuates.
Yes.
So what makes it fluctuate in your judgment across the day, morning to night?
When our missionaries come over to for prayer or to work with students at our house or to sometimes just get a quiet room to work. So when our missionaries come over,
Okay.
they bring their cars.
So would you describe the cars going in and out of the property as something that happens throughout the course of the day? Kind of from the morning through the night and maybe even late at night when guys are coming back?
Yeah, I'd say yes, cars do come in and out throughout the day.
Throughout the day.
I think at late at night it's the guys coming home from studying.
From studying.
Yeah.
Okay. You had mentioned that you went to formation. Oh, no, this predates you. That formation meetings had been held when the Salesians owned the property. And I don't know if you can answer this, but someone testified that it was. I think, Elaine, did you say that? Or did your attorney say that?
Yeah, she did.
Okay.
I was aware of when I spoke to Ed about it.
Okay.
He did before I was involved in that formation there.
So how often did that happen? How often were formation, we've lived there for 15 years. How often did formation meetings happen on the premises when the Salesians were running, or when the Salesians owned the property?
Mr. Chairman, this isn't something that
I don't know the answer.
He doesn't know the answer?
He doesn't, that's not something he testified to.
That's for the one that I'm involved in now. Before this, I don't.
I think you did testify. Whether or not you know it, someone told you, and you did testify that we can go back and we can check the record. Okay. All right, so you also testified that you function as a unit.
Sure.
Okay. You may not be part of these organizations, but can you understand that, does a fraternity act as a unit?
To my knowledge, I guess.
Okay. Okay.
I don't think that's his area of expertise. Mr. Dwyer, do you think that's a fair question?
I think it's a fair question. They're talking about how they work as a unit, and we're trying to understand or characterize how they're living and using the property.
I don't think it's a fair question either. I mean, you're asking him to opine about what other people do in their worlds, and he's just here to talk about what he does in his. So I think it's a good idea if you just stick to that.
Mr. Dwyer, you have any?
No, I think Mr. Descala has said it well.
All right. Sorry to put you on the spot for that question. This is a question not about the men or you who live there, but about St. Paul's Outreach. When you moved on to the property, were you aware that St. Paul's Outreach had occupied the property in violation of the zoning, or was using the property in violation of the zoning?
I was not. I mean, I just was told to move there.
Do you know if any of the residents there have been aware or are aware that St. Paul's Outreach has been, since September, occupying and using the property in violation of the village zoning?
The college students were not aware.
Please speak into the microphones close. We're getting the...
You can actually pick it up
Oh, again? No.
So you really didn't know
I
any of
work
this?
as a missionary, and they told me we're moving here, and I said, sounds good.
Okay. You mentioned there's no, it's my last question, I'm sorry. You mentioned there's no curfew
No, it's not good.
for the men who are living there?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it's common for men to go in and out of the property, say, after 11 o'clock, sometimes even 1 in the morning?
Unfortunately, yes. I think,
Right.
particularly this time of the year, because I know guys have been getting back late this time of the year with papers
They
and stuff.
Sure have.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Deborah Pittman, 351 Terrell Avenue, 67 feet of my property abuts St. Paul's. When you said you go to you go to campus during the day to do your missionary work, do you walk or do you drive?
It depends on the day. Lately, I've been walking.
But when the weather is colder?
Yeah, I'll drive.
Okay. What happened to the house in Orange that you resided in?
We decided to move. What do you mean? Why did we move?
Yeah.
We just
Pittman,
decided.
you need to speak into the microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
sorry.
Why did you move from Orange to
Yeah.
315 South Place?
It was closer to campus, and St. Paul's Outreach had purchased the house, so we decided to move there.
Were you renting Orange as well?
I believe, yeah, we were. Yeah, no, we were renting. Yes.
If there's a problem in the house, such as a leak or no heat,
You
who
just-
takes care of
Ms.
the problem?
Pittman, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I'm getting the high sign here.
Just take it out of the hole.
Yeah, just hold the microphone. It's just the way they work. You really got to just take it out of the stand and just hold it.
I'll hold it for
Sorry,
you.
that's the only way that the public can hear you. Thank you.
If there's a problem in the house, such as a leak or no heat, who takes care of, how's that handled?
Depending on how serious the problem is, myself or we have another guy in the house who's pretty handy. If there's an issue, we'd probably just call a plumber.
And who pays for that? Do you have funds, or does it have to come from Minnesota?
I believe the household doesn't pay for it. It comes from since we're live in St. Paul here in New Jersey, pays for it.
Okay, and who takes care of the utility payments?
St. Paul's Outreach.
And I don't think I have anything else to ask.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Charles Mahoney. I live at 340 Irving Avenue. My property abuts that. I wonder if it's possible for me to submit photographs, since we talked about parking, just that illustrates some of the parking situations in the lot that's over there now. May I do that?
Does it have to do with the testimony that he gave?
Yes, since he was talking about parking management and how he's been
Okay.
working with the guys, I think it is relevant. I'd like to do that at this point.
Okay. No, he's going to ask questions.
Yeah, I'm going to ask questions as well.
We're going to call this 01.
Based on these photographs. We'll
pass them around.
Thank you.
Is that all the copies? Just-
Unfortunately, that's all the copies that I have. I have an
We'll
electronic
keep a
copy
copy
here
of that to us.
that I can use.
Could I take a look?
Certainly. So what I have here is a series of photographs that show the parking situation. This is over a long period of time that I can view out my rear window. Is this how you would characterize the management of the parking situation, where you've got cars not only right in front of the garage, but on the opposite side? And is this what you would consider to be adequate parking management at this location?
That doesn't look like the way I've had it for the guys. That's more of like what I think. But a few of the other ones, like this one, no. But these, yes.
Okay, because
So for the record, the ones that I was saying yes to are the first photo, and the ones I was saying no to were the third photo, and the cars along the fence. That's typically not what I would like to see or what we
Right,
would like
but-
to see.
But you would agree that this occurs
It
fairly
does.
frequently?
It occurs, yes.
Okay. And we talked about the number of vehicles that were parked along that area. I've heard numbers as low as 10. I know I've gone out there most mornings and counted 12 up and down. So you would agree that there's at
So
least 12?
what happens when most mornings is that our missionaries come over we have our 2 male staff missionaries come over and join us for our morning prayer. They usually will park there in the morning.
And then just one of the next to last, you can see photographs here as to the extent of how far back the cars actually do park right now. It is very close to the entrance. It's not far from there. That the photograph with the large red arrow, then third from the end. And then finally, this past Sunday, would you consider it normal that there'd be automobile repairs taking place in the parking lot?
One of the guys was changing his oil and fixing a tire. I don't think it's, no, not normal, but changing his oil and fixing his tire happens.
But
yeah.
it did happen. Were you aware? Were you on the premises at the time?
Yeah, I was there when it happened.
Okay. I also happened to notice that there were a number of women that were going in and out of the property. I don't know how long they were there, but I just happened to notice that they were there at that time. Are there going to be any rules about repairing automobiles in the parking lot?
Well, the goal is to have the garage be able to be open for a guy could change his oil in there. That's kind of the idea.
So you would use the garage
to be able
then
to
for
fix, so that way you wouldn't have
repair.
to see that. Yeah.
I see.
Mr. Mahoney,
Yes.
are you saying that someone can't work on their car?
Well, I think they
I mean,
can certainly.
if you drive by my house, I change the oil in my car in my own driveway as
certainly
well.
private residence, but in a boarding house or a dormitory situation such as this, I don't know that would be an appropriate use. And I'm just concerned that with the number of vehicles that would be there, you could conceivably have an oil changing party, for example, where everyone's going to get it done at the same time. And now instead of one car, you've got 6 or 7 or more, because it's just easier to do it that way. So my concern is just have.
I haven't heard about oil change parties, but
it might be fun in college. I don't know. Okay, I guess that's the end of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mahoney, can you tell us when did you take the photographs?
Yes, I did.
And when did you take them?
Over the course of the last, I would say, 4 weeks, usually in the morning, as I come downstairs and then I'm in my kitchen.
Okay.
No, wait.
you can't. Not from there.
Wait a second.
From over there.
Yeah, you will. Let me ask a question for Mr. Buchansky before I forget. Mr. Buchansky, what is the means of egress into both the main house as well as the individual rooms on the property?
Means of egress isn't
In other
how
words,
to get in and out?
Locking keys.
Guys have keys to get into the house. We lock the door at night and during the day when people aren't
Do they
home.
lock their individual rooms?
No.
They don't?
No.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Hi,
ma'am.
Donna Roth, 376 Terrell Avenue.
You got to speak louder. The
Donna
microphone's
Roth.
not going to help, but
Okay, all right. I feel like I'm shouting.
you have to use the microphone,
Okay.
but you have to shout anyway.
All right, I'll shout. I believe that you made the statement before about a standard of being woken up for morning prayer when there was a discussion about the difference between, and I know we're not supposed to comment on RAs and the inhabitants, but you did make, I think you made that
We
statement.
wake up for 6:30 morning prayer.
Okay, is that the standard of being woken up to morning prayer? Is that implies it's mandatory?
That's something the guys commit to, yes. The guys commit to.
Okay, so
and it
they
is
must
mandatory.
attend
They
morning
must attend morning prayer.
Okay. Also, another question is, there was some talk about whether the residence functions as a family unit, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but was that stated?
I think that it's function as a unit. I guess it really depends on how you define a family.
Well, because this unit is changing every year. There's like, you don't even know if you're going to be there next year, and it's such an amorphous unit. It doesn't seem very cohesive to me.
But they're not.
Again, there's testimony where there should be questions.
You can't just stand up. You can't just stand up and talk, Elaine.
If there's testimony, she should be sworn. Otherwise, she can only ask questions at this point.
Well, okay, so then my question
and
is...
the question should be about his testimony.
Okay, well, I thought that his testimony included that this was a family unit. It was functioning as a family unit. And then if I have to put it in question form, how can it be a family unit if it's changing every year?
Okay, so let him-
Is that...
Let him.
Prior testimony was that they commit to a year, but many...
Mr. Reeves, would you like me to try to answer the question?
Yes, it's a fair enough question.
Yeah, absolutely. Completely understand. I think you're right. It does change. It changes every year. I think, but one of the things that remains constant, as I had mentioned earlier in the testimony, that guys typically stay from 2 to 3 years. So there is a core unit that stays within, and then a new core unit kind of comes in every couple of years. And so there is consistency and continuity, not in every member of the house, but in a core. We don't just flip a house, say, hey, 8 new guys next year. It's, okay, there's 3 or 4 guys coming back next year with 3 or 4 new guys coming in. and that's kind of how it works. And then usually the leader isn't necessarily someone who just new to the program. It's usually someone who has lived in a household before in another state or a different chapter.
But the leader changes. You may be changing.
I may be
next
changing
year.
next year. Yeah.
Okay. And I just had a request for the attorney, because every time you're talking about expanding the parking, you have like a value statement, and you say we want to expand it a very small amount. We want to just increase the asphalt a little bit. Can you quantify that? Like, is it inches? Is it feet?
No, you don't ask. You don't. The attorney is not. Although she's giving testimony, she shouldn't be. It's a question for the applicant, and maybe for the applicant's planner. But it's also, you're kind of making a statement about your concern about the parking getting too big. That's something we'll give you that opportunity later in the evening.
All right,
Thank you.
Adrian Whipple, 355 Terrell Avenue.
Okay, I didn't speak up, please.
Adrian Whipple, 355 Terrell Avenue.
Thank you.
How's it going?
Good. How you doing?
All right. So, was this in the job description?
Planning board meetings? I wouldn't have signed on.
A couple questions. You're not a priest, yeah? Are you a priest?
No, I'm not a priest.
So when you say missionary, are any of these guys priests?
No, sir, they're not.
So none of them are priests?
None of them are
I
priests.
just wanted to clarify for my own edification. And you don't have ownership value in the house or pay taxes, is that right?
Myself personally, no, I do
So
not.
would you be consulted if the property were to change hands?
I would not.
So no say in
would
that.
be.
Okay. And then my last question is, what happens in the summer? What are you guys doing in the summer? Same guys stay in?
So no, not all the guys stay. Some guys move home because they're from different states or wherever they're from. Our hope is to have, depending on, I guess, the outcome of tonight, is to have we'll have less guys there in the summer, but there would be a summer program in the summer with the same commitments and the same rules.
Less guys with the same commitments, same rules, summer programs, so just there day and night, just the same without the studying, essentially.
Yeah, some guys might take classes, some guys do research, but some guys also might work.
Okay, that's all I got for you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Adler.
Bob Adler, 120 Ralston Avenue. So, hi.
How are you doing?
So in the summer, do you get some other guys in?
They typically be the same guys who lived in the house during the year. Right now, because of all this, we're in flux. We're not sure who's living in the house at this point. But it'd be guys who are either living here right now or living there next year, and maybe one other guy. But a guy who also go through an interview process as well. So.
Okay, but he may not be part of the program.
He will be part of the program. He just might not be part of the program next year or this year. Again, I don't know who's living in the house this summer.
Okay. And on the Berkeley Avenue place, was there a chapel in that?
There was not. We had a room that we prayed in.
And how long were you there?
I think 3 years. 3 years.
That worked for you pretty well?
It was good. It was far from campus.
Okay. And so you did testify that sometimes people would pray in their rooms or individually or study?
Pray in the chapel, yeah.
And or in their rooms or not?
They can pray in the rooms if they want, sure.
Okay. If they wanted privacy in there, how would they arrange for that?
In their rooms, they could just go in there and shut the door.
Okay, they could. There's no locks on.
We don't lock the doors now.
Are there locks on them?
I think so. I don't think they actually work, to be honest with you. I could check that for you.
And does the board have all of the? Let me change that. So these young men sign something.
Yes, they do.
An agreement.
They sign a household agreement.
Okay, and the board has that?
I believe I didn't give it to them, but I believe it was submitted.
Testified to it last time.
Yeah, they did.
We have the agreement.
Okay, and okay, so there was testimony that the age range, besides the old guy that I'm speaking to, is generally second through senior years, occasionally a freshman.
It'd be rare, but yeah, occasionally freshman. It's usually sophomore to senior.
And generally what age?
19 to 22.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
At this point, I wanted to add something that I spoke with you about, Mr. Dwyer. This is in relation to the question Mr. Adler asked, and I asked about locks on the doors. I spoke with Mr. Grinchy, Anthony Grinchy, our Director of Code Enforcement, who actually inspected the property fairly recently. I don't remember the exact day.
Last Thursday.
Last Thursday?
I met with him.
Okay. So I spoke with Mr. Grinchy this week, and this is for the board's knowledge, he said that there were no locks on the individual bedroom doors, and he didn't find any code violations. So I thought you all needed to know that, and the public needed to know that.
Did we ask him to go out and inspect the property?
No.
Not from there.
Not from there. Go ahead up here.
Hi, I'm Samantha Banker, and I live at 319 South Place, right next to 315. So my question to the board is, I thought that we were first deciding with the variance what the purpose of the house is, and we spent a lot of time talking about parking, but I'm confused how the single-family home is it being approved of a place of worship? And if it is, then why are we not talking about that first instead of parking? Because is it trying to be a single-family home but get the parking of a place of worship? Because in a residential area, why haven't we talked about what the function is approved to be?
That's what we're trying to figure out. So your confusion is what we're trying to sort through.
Doesn't that have to be decided on first and then the parking?
No, we don't have to decide. It's not a perfectly linear process. We kind of jump from one thing to the next. But yes, the overall question here that we struggled with, and Ms. Birkenwald has tried to address too in her recent letter, is this a house of worship? Is it a rooming house? Can it be construed as a single-family residence with an element of worship? It's in a gray zone, and this is something that we have to struggle with. It's not easy. It's not easy to do.
Thank you.
Uh-oh. I don't understand something. You just said it's John Lopos, 311 South Place.
Mm-hmm.
You said it's in a gray zone. How is the property currently zoned?
It's single-family.
Single-family?
Yes.
So why isn't it being enforced as a single-family residence?
That's what we're talking about right now. They're looking for a variance.
The ordinance allows houses of worship in our residential zones in town, provided they meet certain conditions.
But are they trying to be classified as a house of worship or as a single-family residence?
The chairman has said we're trying to decipher.
Okay, so just a quick question then about
They're
protocol.
They're both allowed in the zone. One has conditions.
The issue is this. Years ago in 1991, there was a big addition allowed on the house. It was a chapel that kind of moved it in the direction sort of a house of worship, but it's still been considered. It has not been considered a house of worship. It doesn't have a variance yet.
Correct.
They're looking for a variance to conditional use in the zone, which is a conditional use as a house of worship is allowed. They need a variance for that conditional use.
But they also don't meet the criteria, as we understand.
That's why they need the variance.
Right?
That's why they need the variance, because they don't meet the criteria all the criteria of the conditional use.
It's not that the use is not allowed, but if it's going to be allowed in the zone, it has to meet
They need to
certain
pass.
conditions.
Yeah, understood.
If it can't meet those conditions, they need a variance.
Okay. So then the question about photographs. I'm not aware of what the protocol is for the public to submit or enter evidence for this type of a hearing. We have many photographs that document the use of the property and the parking. What's the protocol for us to get that in front of the board?
Normally, during the public comment section, we'll have an opportunity to address the board with
Well, it's
comments.
kind of late now.
And at that time, you can introduce exhibits as well.
So is there a provision to be reviewing? Is there a provision to review that evidence after tonight, or in support of any other comments that we make tonight?
Well, if we continue the meeting beyond tonight,
All right, so
but
in that case,
I'm hoping that we can come to a decision this evening.
okay, thank you.
No. Look, this is. We need to keep going, and you can ask us questions at the opportune time, which is after the experts give their testimony. I wanted to ask a question here that might help shed some perspective on things for both Mr. Rinda, Ms. Gruhl, our planning expert, and perhaps also for you, Mr. Dwyer. What does the state of New Jersey consider family units? Ms. Gruhl.
Well, I'll start.
Okay.
It essentially is a single housekeeping unit, and that there are common elements to living together. And this is the generic, and I'm not talking legal, okay? Related, unrelated, it really doesn't make any difference. It's how it functions. And one key aspect of that is whether they're individual units with locks on them. That would be an indication, a factor to be considered. So if they shop together and they eat together, that is a consideration in whether they function as a single housekeeping unit. So that, from a planning perspective, that's the way I would look at it.
I believe it also means establishing a permanent residency. Basically, you're establishing that, filing that this is now the place that you live. This is your permanent. This is your address. All of your mail will, filing, that as your home. That become, and as part of the family unit.
Have fraternities in South Orange even been considered single-family units by the courts, and thus, proved problematic for us to address? In other words, are fraternities considered single-family homes by courts in New Jersey? Mr. Dwyer?
I'm not aware of any specific decision, but I think they would fall within the definition that Susan Gruhl just gave us, as long as it's a single housekeeping unit. One kitchen, no locks on the doors. And also, we had an opportunity to take a look at what a dormitory was as part of the discussions that Susan Gruhl and I have had, and the definition of dormitory is clearly an accessory use. It has to be accessory. And this does not appear to fit that because it's not accessory, I wouldn't think. It's a principal use here. Sorry. It's a principal, not accessory use. A dorm is an accessory use.
How do you define accessory in that context?
It's a term of art in land use. You have a principal use and you have uses which are accessory, like a single-family home and a garage.
Okay. We have any other questions for Mr. Bugansky? Or does members of the public have any more questions? Mr. Bugansky. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to introduce Catherine Gregory, our planner. You want me to get this?
She better grab that microphone.
Please raise your right hand. Yes. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you'll give to this board is the whole truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address and spell your last name.
Catherine Gregory, Gregory. And for the record, my first name is spelled Kathryn.
Oh, God.
My business address is 96 Linwood Plaza, number 350 in Fort Lee, New Jersey.
Kathryn.
And while our attorney is putting up the site plan for me, I'll go through my credentials. I'm a licensed professional planner in the state of New Jersey and have been so since the year of 2000. I'm the principal of Gregory Associates, with the business address that I just gave to you. I've been practicing as a planner since 2000, so that's about 15 years. I also have a Master of Architecture and a Master of Urban Planning from the University of Illinois. I represent a few municipal clients of my own, which includes Edgewater, New Jersey, Ridgefield, Woodland Park, Westwood. And I've testified for the last 15 years before planning and zoning boards throughout the state of New Jersey. I have not had the opportunity to testify before South Orange yet, but here I am tonight.
We have any questions for Ms. Gregory? Okay, we recognize you're an expert in planning.
Thank you. Ms. Gregory, are you familiar with the site 315 South Place?
Yes, I am. Yeah, I guess I'm just going to...
Make sure you're talking right into that microphone.
Yes, I'm just going to roll with it. I've been to the last hearing and also this hearing. I've heard all of the discussions about what exactly the use is. Just to put a few things to bed, I know that rooming houses was brought up. And I am a planner in other communities, and we have dealt with similar issues. But a rooming or boarding house is actually defined by the DCA and licensed by the DCA. So that is not even anything that's considered here.
What's the DCA?
The Division of Community Affairs.
Is that a New Jersey?
Yes, the state of New Jersey. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm used to everyone being used to the acronyms. I
We're not all
apologize.
planners. Thank you.
Yes. So it is indeed not a rooming house. And I know that there's been discussion about locks and not having locks on the door and family. But through the testimony, I think that it's been evident, or at least I believe that it has been evident, that this particular facility is an extension of the Catholic Church. It's a religious residential use, and they do hold religious services there. The difference is it's not a quote-unquote typical house of worship where you have services once or twice a week open to the public, where you have a large number of people that come in during one period of time. What you have is a certain number of people that are living there. And to balance it back and forth, it's been an interesting discussion because it does seem that the residents are upset about the parking situation. And if this were considered a single-family use, we wouldn't even be here. There'd be no improvements to the parking. There'd be no improvements to buffering. There'd be no parking setbacks. We would not even be here. So there'd be no improvements to the property if we could occupy it as a single-family residence.
Actually, what would happen was the code enforcement officer would notice the sloppy parking that's going on and require you all to park properly according to our ordinances. So there would eventually be improvement. But I understand. Otherwise, yes, you wouldn't have to make any other improvements.
We wouldn't, but we would not be applying for any variances.
No, you would not.
Correct.
Unless you wanted to keep your sloppy parking, you would be applying for variances.
That's correct.
Okay, so let's just make that clear. You kind of elided that. Go ahead.
Well, I'm not familiar with the specifics for parking in a single-family residence, other than the fact that it obviously, as a conditional use, we are held to a higher standard. So it has been identified, at least in your planner's report, that we are indeed a conditional use. And the conditional uses that are permitted are not just houses of worship, but also include religious buildings, which are actually not even defined in your ordinance, as well as nonprofit schools for day students. The other conditional uses that are permitted are community residences for the developmentally disabled and community shelters for victims of domestic violence, lodges, fraternal organizations and associations such as VFW, residential cluster developments, which are really, it's not even an issue here because the minimum lot size requirement is 28 acres, and professional offices in residence. Obviously, there are specific requirements that have been talked about, and with that said, I think that because or at least the board seems to be wrestling with the use, I think the focus has been actually taken away from the actual variances that we've been requesting associated with this application. We are seeking 3 conditional use variances, which does include one for the rear yard, one for the side yard, and one for parking located in front of the building. So I know there's some discussion, and it may or may not have been a little bit confusing, but we are permitted to have parking behind the front of the building line. We don't have to have it just into the rear. So I just wanted to be specific about that. In terms of the conditional use variance, there is a case that actually governs that, and that's the Coventry versus Westwood case. And essentially what that says is that the use is essentially permitted in the zone, albeit with conditions. So it doesn't mean that the use is not permitted because we don't meet the conditions. We have to see what the effect of the deviations are on the surrounding properties. What are the actual effects? So when we take a look at the plan and we take a look at the existing conditions, which has to do with the building, what we have is a deficient rear yard because we happen to have a very irregularly shaped lot and a very deep lot. So our rear yard is actually 3 times what it's supposed to be in the residential zone. So our rear yard requirement is 89.7 feet, and we have 84 feet. So the variance itself is 5.7 feet, and it is indeed existing. Just as well, the side yard requirement. The side yard requirement is 30.35 feet. And on one side, we have 24.8 feet. On the other side, we have 29.2 feet, which result in variances of 5.55 feet and also 1.15 feet. And again, this is also due to the fact that we have a regularly shaped lot and because of the conditions that are placed on the conditional use variance. But when you take a look at those factors, they have been existing since the early 90s. So we don't feel that the use of this as a religious residential use, along with these variances, will really truly have any impact. I think the bigger impact that everyone is concerned about is the parking. We are...
Wait. Let her finish. You're going to get your chance to harumph and ask questions. I understand. Let her finish her testimony, and you have your opportunity.
Well, as I stated, there is no off-street parking that is permitted between the building line and the street. And obviously, when you take a look at our lot, not only is it irregularly shaped, but it's also very deep. And the house is set back very, very far from our front property line. So while I'm not going to claim that we have a hardship, I would say we have a unique condition. And truly, the reason that the applicant decided to put a few parking spaces off the existing driveway was to make it appear more residential and keep the character of the neighborhood versus putting a parking lot in the rear, which would make it less residential in nature. And that's actually what your master plan talks about. It talks a lot about keeping residential character. So this was really, it's a balancing act. I understand about the strict variance, but us as planners, we really look at the balancing act for the criteria. And you have to look at the overall property. There's definitely some factors to this property that lead to the variances. We have an existing building. We have a very deep lot. There's a lot of land area that happens to be in front of the house. And instead of increasing the actual amount of lot coverage by creating a parking lot in the back, we felt that it was more appropriate to provide some parking in the spot and utilize the existing macadam that we had there today, but also pull it back for that 7 feet. So we actually met that buffer requirement. So again, I go back to the balancing act of that conditional use variance. Your planner indicated that we needed to go through the SECA test. So if this is considered to be inherently beneficial, which a house of worship or a residential building is considered to be, we have to identify the public interest at stake, which obviously would be expression of religious freedom. The second part of that, is to identify any detrimental effect that will ensue from the grant of the variance, recognizing that certain effects, such as an increase in traffic or some tendency to impact residential character, will usually attend a non-residential use in a residential zone. When minimal, such an effect need not outweigh an inherently beneficial use that satisfies the positive criteria. We presumptively obviously meet the positive criteria being an inherently beneficial use. And I did talk about what are the detriments of the rear yard setback, of the side yard setback, and having the parking in the front yard. I go back to the balancing act. The third part of that criteria is to impose reasonable conditions to reduce prospective detrimental effects. The applicant could provide additional fencing and landscaping. And it will be noted if you take a look at the plan, and actually if you visit the site, that the proposed 4 new parking spaces are actually located where there's a wood fence on the neighbor's property. So those particular spaces don't actually affect the adjacent property owner because there is a wood fence there. But those would be some conditions that could be applied to reduce any potential detrimental effects. And then lastly, we have to weigh the positive and the negative criteria and determine whether, on balance, the grant of the variance would cause a substantial detriment to the public good. And I have to emphasize substantial detriment. In terms of the positive criteria, we obviously meet the positive criteria, but if I was to go through them, I actually believe that we do promote Purpose A, which talks about promotion of the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare, and actually Purpose C, which is we are still providing adequate light, air, and open space on this property. We're trying to make some improvements, because we understand the concerns of the board and the neighbors with regard to parking. The actual occupants of the house have decided to make their turns on the property so they can enter onto the street head-on instead of backing out. So they're trying to be good neighbors. And in terms of the negative criteria, there's the two parts, which is no substantial detriment to the public good and no substantial impairment to the intent and purpose of your zone plan and zoning ordinance. So I don't believe there's any substantial detriment to the public good by the granting of the specific variances, which would be the parking in the front yard and also or the parking in the front of the building line, the rear yard or the side yard, especially because two of them are existing. And again, I talked about the parking and the balancing act. In terms of the second prong, I don't believe there's any substantial impairment to the intent and purpose of your zone plan and zoning ordinance. When you think about it, we do believe we are considered a religious residential use, and we are given different parameters. Our minimum lot size needs to be 1 acre. We have 1.04 acres. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. It would be probably a slim chance that we would be able to actually file an application for a conditional use. And with that said, when you take a look at the residential requirements, 6,000 square feet is the minimum lot size requirement in the zone. And I know that, I'm going back to the parking again. There's been concern about the number of cars that are on this property. And you can actually fit 7 lots in that square footage. And I'm not saying that you should put 7 lots here because there's obviously certain parameters in terms of having streets and the like. But in terms of just an intensity issue, let's say there's 7 lots, and let's say there's 2 cars per lot. That's really no different than what we have on site, and the applicant is willing to stipulate that we will only have as many residents with cars as many parking spaces as we have. And I'm pretty sure that there's no limitation in terms of a residential requirement that you limit the number of cars to the number of people that live there. So we're willing to stipulate that. And so from an intensity standpoint, it's not really any different. The difference is, obviously, there's been some pictures that have been proffered. Some of the neighbors are not happy with the parking arrangement. And that obviously can be remedied, and that can be remedied through this application, through the improvements that the applicant would like to make. I would also go back to your master plan. Your own planner quoted a couple of the objectives of the master plan, and they all go back to the residential character. Again, we believe this is religious residential. I think it's a better fit than some of the other conditional uses that are permitted. I don't think that the neighbors would be akin to some type of fraternal lodge that you can rent out for parties and the like. I think that this really fits in better with the neighborhood, given the fact that it does have a prior religious use that was instituted before, albeit there's some questions about while the certificate of occupancy and the building was expanded, there were some questions, I guess, about what exactly the use was and was it permitted before or not permitted before. But I think everyone is really in agreement that they know that the Salesians had been there for a long time, and clearly it was a residential use. The difference here, I think, is that what we're talking about is a group of younger men. And while maybe they're not studying for priesthood, they are studying to abide by the Catholic faith. So it really is an extension of the Catholic Church. It is part of their mission. And so therefore, I do believe that we meet the positive and the negative criteria for the granting of the conditional use variances, being the rear yard setback, the side yard setback, and the parking in front of the building line.
Do you have any questions for your expert?
I can start.
I'll let the board.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Descala.
So, I guess the first question I have is very basic, and that's why go for a conditional use variance? Why you in your testimony said that this doesn't really count as a house of worship, but you're going for a variance for a house of worship, which it actually creates stricter, requirements on the site. So I'm wondering, why are you going for that variance?
No, actually, that's not exactly what I said. When I stated that it wasn't a house of worship, what I meant was it wasn't your typical house of worship that you had the public coming for a service on a Saturday or Sunday, depending on the type of house of worship that it was. But what you will find, and if your attorney does research, as some attorneys have done in other towns, like some of the ones that I actually represent, you'll find that houses of worship are actually all-encompassing in terms of accessory uses, and they do include residential components and daycare centers and a number of accessory uses, which are actually governed through the case law. So when I was speaking about that term, I was talking about what you think of if someone goes to...
Okay, but I understand. So
yes.
but my question's still there. So in your answer, I'm not sure makes it more ominous, actually. I mean, so why go after a variance for a house of worship? If you could make the argument that this is a family unit living in a single-family house.
That is actually more for the applicant than it is for me. That's a question for the applicant. From what I've been told, they were told at the town to actually apply for these conditional use variances. So they were considered to be a house of worship, and as such, following suit, we're here tonight before the zoning board, and following suit, we have a review from your planner.
Yes. Okay, so this is by our advice, Sal. This is by our advice that they're applying as a house of worship?
Yes.
Okay. And so I guess it's part of what the board is being charged with is to determine whether we would agree that it's a house of worship.
Well, I think based on the testimony and the programming that they've explained and some of the events that are going to occur on this location and some of the information that the planner has just put forward, I think it is a house of worship. As she said, not like a typical church, where you're going to have large numbers of people on a weekly basis showing up, but there's still going to be events, services happening in this location, which go beyond what would be considered just a single-family house.
Let me follow up on your question, Mr. Descalo. The same idea of, hypothetically, if this were considered primarily a single-family residence under New Jersey's expansive definition of that, rather than a house of worship, from a zoning perspective, first of all, for you, Ms. Gregory, is there, and if the applicant could essentially continue to do what it's doing under single-family, what differences would it matter as far as being considered a conditional use versus single-family? And I'm going to ask that of our planner also, as well as Mr. Rinda, the advantages and disadvantages to the consideration of either of those. Does that question make sense?
A little bit. Technically, you have more control over conditional use because there's more stringent requirements. And I kind of alluded to that with the parking, and I understand that perhaps there's some other types of regulations that govern parking for single and two-family residences that unfortunately I've not been familiarized with before this evening. But with that said, there wouldn't be the setback requirements, and there wouldn't be the parking setback requirements that we have. I don't know if there are some others for single and two families. But in terms of meeting the other requirements, lot coverages and the like, without doing an actual analysis, it very well may be that we would be able to expand the building, because I believe that the side yard setbacks are much less, which I think would be a greater impact probably to the neighbors. The rear yard setback would be much less because we're required to have 3 times as much of a rear yard. So as long as we met the building coverage, I think the house could get a lot bigger. And we could also cover a lot more of the lot than what we are currently doing today. Mm-hmm. And that is not the intent of the applicant whatsoever. Obviously, just by the testimony that was provided by the representatives of St. Paul's Outreach, that they're not even talking about filling all the bedrooms that are in the house because the program just doesn't work for them with that many people. So if they weren't there, potentially there could be a single-family household of 14 people or maybe twice as many. I know that there's case law that I believe that it was Glassboro State at the time where there was actually a father that bought a house for his son and his friends to live in during the duration of when they went to college. And so obviously the local zoning ordinance didn't permit that, and there was a lawsuit, and they found that actually was defined as a single family, that they were indeed a single family unit, and therefore they were permitted to stay.
Do you have any other experience of your own in a similarly sized property, many bedrooms, this chapel, I suppose in our dreams it could be the atelier of a famous artist with his many children scampering about, and we would all feel nice and urbane about that. But, we can all dream the dream. But, here's a religious organization in a primarily residential function. What else could this be? Its own single family. What practically, in your experience, would something like this be used for?
Practically, it might be a home for the developmentally disabled, which is permitted in your ordinance, but I also believe that that's just permitted by the municipal land use law anyway. It could be a shelter for victims of domestic violence. If it was converted to a certain degree, it probably could be some type of VFW hall or the like. Obviously, there's parking requirements that go along with that too, so I'm not quite sure how big or small it might be in terms of the parking requirements for that, but it could be a few of the conditional uses that are permitted in the zone, potentially, given whatever parameters they have, because we have our own specific conditional use parameters. And I haven't looked at what exactly those are, but if you're talking just about like the size of the lot and the actual building itself, those could be potential uses.
All right. Anybody else on the board have questions for Ms. Gregory?
I have one. Relating to your testimony and to a certain degree the parking, the religious residential use to me seems like a much more accurate description of what's going on than a church or a single-family house. It's kind of a little bit of both. The parking calculation that we've been given on this site plan is based on a church. 1 space per 3 seats, 24 seats in the chapel, 8 parking spaces. It seems like it's a number that has nothing to do with reality. How would one categorize or calculate how would you suggest one categorize or calculate parking in a way that's more applicable to what the building is being used as? Because it seems odd that the real accessory use, the chapel, is generating the parking demand for the building, as opposed to the rooms in the building.
Yes. No, actually, I would agree with you that it almost doesn't seem like that's pertinent because there are actually people living there. But again, the applicant has stated that they would at least limit the number of people with cars to the number of parking spaces. Obviously, occupancy is a different issue. If it were considered single family, the RSIS requirements, the residential site improvement standards, which are state standards, really, past 3 required parking spaces, there is no requirement for a single family, no matter how many bedrooms there are. Because it's basically interpreted that there's usually not 14 bedroom houses, usually. Unless it's a vacation home in Park City, Utah. So with that said, I do realize that it's difficult. So I think that the zoning board has the ability to make that interpretation. But I think that it's a happy medium that what the applicant has really proposed, based on the fact that we know there's more bedrooms than really what number one, actually what the applicant even needs. But number 2, a good way to sort of manage the actual number of parking spaces without essentially creating a very large parking lot on this property to make it less residential than what it is now.
Okay.
To follow up on that, would it be fair to say that perhaps the intent of the parking requirement for houses of worship in the ordinance is geared towards a more traditional house of worship type use where services are generally held for a large number of people once a week, as opposed to this hybrid
Yes.
use that Mr.
Yes, that's absolutely agreed. So, and often we come across uses, as you well know, that evolve throughout time that we don't really have parking standards for. And a perfect example, and this is obviously many years ago, probably when I started my tenure as a planner, but self-storage facilities are a good example. There were no parking standards, and no one really understood how much parking was really required. Ends up, you really don't need almost any. But at the time when these facilities came to the forefront and people wanted to start building them, no one really understood exactly how much parking was needed. And what we have right here, I would say, is a little bit more of a hybrid situation because of the large number of bedrooms that happen to be in this facility. So again, I go back to the zoning board basically has the power to interpret, I guess, the parking ordinance, if you will, under the guidance of your professionals to sort of create that, what is the right number of parking spaces. And I think that we've provided enough testimony where we believe that we are providing the correct number of parking spaces for this specific applicant and this specific type of religious use.
The testimony we have is an offer at the last meeting to limit the number of residents to 12 plus a supervisor. And I guess you could turn that into a parking requirement of 12 plus 1 or something like that. Is that what you're talking about?
A relationship, yes, but what they were hoping to do is only provide 8 parking spaces and limit the actual number of residents that have cars to 8. So, and obviously that would be screened through the interview process because they have to go through a very extensive interview process so they would know who has cars and who does not. And it is my understanding that there is a resident that does actually walk to the train and I believe goes to Rutgers, Newark. Does not actually go to the local
But
university.
we've also had testimony about other types of meetings being held here. We've had testimony tonight about 2 other missionaries who come in the morning, I guess, to join morning prayer for morning meetings. We've had testimony about twice monthly larger meetings. What's the parking load of that, and how is that figured into your testimony?
Well, that would be, when you do a parking analysis and a parking calculation, it's not based on the absolute worst. It's usually based on a certain percentile. Again, this is probably more appropriate for our traffic engineer who's not here this evening. He could talk a lot about more of the Institute of Transportation Engineers and their standards. You never actually create the worst case scenario. If you did that, then a single family home would be probably required to have 20 parking spaces if they had a party. It goes along the same lines. So we operate under the average, but we don't always operate and plan for the actual extreme. That's the difference with parking requirements.
Michael, my understanding is the engineer testified that there are 7 spaces on site, and they want to add 4 for a total of 11, and that includes the 2 currently in the garage. That's my understanding. Right. That they wanted a total of 11, including the 2 in the garage.
I think I was not including the ones in the garage. I apologize.
I guess I'd like some clear testimony about the use of the relationship between the use of this building and the load on the site. The fact that people wake up early to pray. I suspect there are many households in South Orange where people wake up early to pray. The fact that the religious use of this house isn't driving the parking load. The thing driving the parking load is the residential use. And I just think we need clarity about that, how that load, what that load demands of the site. I don't think we have that yet. I do think, I don't like at all the idea that the application is basing anything on the number of seats in the chapel, given that we've had testimony that the chapel isn't used for outside people. I don't think that's relevant at all.
I'm not under that impression that that's what they're asking for. I don't think that's what driving. I think they're asking for parking spaces pretty commensurate with the number of residents that they might have. They're looking for 11 spaces. They say they would limit it to 12 residents, and that includes the supervisor. It's almost 1-to-1. Let's stop here. We need to take a quick break. We'll pick up where we are here with any more questions from the board, and then the public will have the opportunity to ask questions of this expert. We usually take a break at 9, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes. Thank you.
Do I take care of
back in session now. We're continuing with questions from board members for the planner, Ms. Gregory. Mr. Parlapiano was questioning most recently.
Nothing else.
No more questions?
I have a question that you may not be able to answer. Are you aware if the property was ever listed for sale, or did it go directly from the Salesian Brothers?
Oh,
to
I
St.
have
Paul's?
no idea. That's out of my purview. I don't know that.
We have other questions.
Sal and
Now, I wanted Ms. Gruhl and Mr. Renda perhaps to add on to what Ms. Gregory commented about, single family versus house of worship conditions, and something that Ms. Gregory said struck me that I really hadn't thought about is that if we were to grant this in all or in part, that as a house of worship, there are certain more conditions that would apply to a house of worship as opposed to a single family. Can you articulate those? It had to do with setbacks and site plan? Can you
Yes,
explain that?
yes. Well, as a conditional use, according to the municipal land use law, you must come in for site plan approval for a conditional use. That's a one overall. And there are a number of conditions associated with a house of worship. And those are the minimum lot size, the minimum front yard depth, that's the same as the district requirements. The minimum side yard shall be 3 times the side yard requirement for the zone. The rear yard shall be 2 times the rear yard requirement for the zone. The building height is essentially the same. The maximum lot coverage, 60%. The minimum open space and landscaped area shall be 40%. No off-street parking shall be permitted between the building line and the street. And parking areas shall be located at least 7 feet from any property line, which areas shall be landscaped with shrubbery. So those are the conditions specific to houses of worship.
And so if we were to say, okay, well, has a religious orientation, but it's just a single-family residence, and some of those confines, would, as Ms. Gregory even said, would just not be there, and they could expand much more over the site.
It would be under the standards of the RA60 single-family zone.
Okay. And then what does a site plan confer? What sort of protection is that for the town?
Well, without, you cannot require a site plan for a single family or a 2-family structure. Under this scenario, as a conditional use, that is a requirement.
So in other words, it requires approval, it requires review.
It does.
Okay. Anything to add to that, Mr. Renda?
Go for it.
Well, the other thing I would add is that I think this would be defined as a religious building. May not be defined as a church, even though there is a chapel in there, but it's owned by the religious organization, and it will be run. So I think that's where it fits into the conditional, that type of use, as opposed to just the single-family use. And I think that's why they are here before the board tonight. Because
so, with regard to whether it's a church or a church-based or religious use, if we granted a conditional use variance for the current use, could they intensify it at a later date without having to come back to us? In other words, could they make it more like a church and have Sunday worships and bunches of cars coming to go to church?
That depends on what they're approved for. Because they are not meeting all of the conditions, they're before this board seeking basically the variance. and the board can then put conditions on the approval. And those conditions could put restrictions on whether or not they can expand the chapel or expand, or make, or add additional bedrooms or limit the number of, say tenants or, I mean, and if
Right,
the
well, those are
applicant
kind
agrees
of
to it.
physical. Those are kind of physical changes. I'm referring more to the use type of thing. So if they intensify the use, in other words,
if they
quite
wanted,
specifically, if they started using the chapel as a church instead of a place for their residents to pray.
Well, I mean, there's already been testimony that they're going to have some events there. So there are going to be some people that aren't necessarily just the residents that will be using the chapel. As it is right now, the chapel, I think, has seating for 24 people. The testimony I think they've provided is that they don't intend to fill the chapel. Question is, though, down the road, things could change.
Right, that's my
from
question.
From a building code, well, that's something the board would have to discuss when it comes time to make your decision and discuss with the applicant. How would you control that? The building, when they get their all their approvals and their permits, they can have 24 people in there. There's no building code issue that would prevent that. The question becomes, if there's a condition, then and the board says you can only have up to X number of people there. The other side of that is it's very difficult to enforce. It's not something that, there isn't going to be somebody there, an official from the town counting the number of people that are going into this. So the board has to take a look at it, from that perspective. When you're looking at conditions, how will those conditions be enforced? And the other side of it is, too, whatever approvals you grant here, at some point in time, the applicant can sell the property to another organization. And that organization gets those same conditions and approvals that this applicant is going to get. So it's, what they're presenting, how they operate their particular organization may be different than the next owner of the property.
I understand. So we would be able to put restrictions on them or conditions on them that prevent them from being able to go to every Sunday services where members of the public can attend. We could specifically say that in our conditional use approval.
But could we really? No,
That's a question.
It's a legal question.
Yeah, the question is what limits can be put on the use, and this is what the board struggled with all along, is how intense can the use be? And perhaps fortunately, the applicant has already stipulated that they would limit the number of actual residents there. And I believe the first night of testimony also stipulated as to the number of people and number of Congress, number of meetings, etc., that would take place on site. Isn't that true, Ms. Burkle?
I believe at the last meeting, we agreed to a stipulation if the board would want, as a condition of approval, that we wouldn't have more than 12 resident students there at a time. An alternative that the board might want to consider that we would also consent to is that we wouldn't permit more students with cars than the number of parking spaces, which is proposed to be 11. That might make even more sense, because it seems like the issue with the neighbors are the number of cars coming and going. All right.
They'll tell us what their issues are soon enough. Right.
A condition we'd agree to is where we propose the new parking spaces to put a hedgerow there. And we certainly do not intend to have Sunday morning services on the property. There are other churches located nearby in South Orange, and there's bigger chapels at Seton Hall. So we would stipulate that we're not having services to the public in this location. So that would be another, we don't plan to do that. The services we have are for residents and people that visit, people, students that are interested in St. Paul's outreach, and for our own missionaries, but they're not for the public. We're not a church that has everybody coming Sunday morning at the same time
Right,
and
this
leaving at the
is
same
going
time.
back to the testimony
And
issue.
we'll stipulate to that.
Right now, this is Titus Seton Hall. Let's suppose that 2 or 3 years from now, the relationship goes sour or goes away. Are we saying that this place is going to remain a religious institution, part of a religious institution?
Yes, and any approvals that are granted by this board will stay with the property. So if they decide, if the owner...
Unless somebody comes and decides to buy it and do something different.
If they want to do something different, then they'll come back before this board. But anything that's approved by the board stays with the property, so another organization.
If we say it's a religious building as opposed to a church, it's in the condition, our actual ordinance. There is a slight distinction there. But somebody could, if St. Paul sold it, could still use it as a single-family residence conceivably.
It can always go back to a single-family residence. That's because that is a permitted use in the zone, and they wouldn't be required to even come back to the board if they wanted to go back to a single-family residence. But the variance that the board grants will stay with the property.
Thank you. Do you have other questions for Ms. Gregory? Okay, members of the public, do you have questions for Ms. Gregory? Sir, come on forward, Ms. Gregory. Why don't you just hold the microphone, Ms. Gregory, so they can make sure we hear you. Likewise, I'd like all the residents to just, probably best to just grab the microphone.
Hi, I'm Sanford Felsenberg, 344 Irving. Ms. Gregory, is there a well on the property?
I have no idea.
You mentioned detrimental effects. What would those factors be? Would they include things like noise or excess groundwater?
It could be, but we're not proposing any, except for the parking spaces. We're not proposing an extensive macadam on the property. We're still below the lot coverage requirement.
Are you aware that the driveway, as it is now constituted, is an expansion of the original driveway?
No.
Okay. There was a single family that lived there, and then the Salesians came in and built a bigger driveway. Do you know what effects that had on the groundwater?
No.
You have no survey to see?
I'm not really the right person for this. This is for the engineer. It's not for me.
You did discuss detrimental effects.
But you don't have any proof that that's why there's a problem with groundwater.
Perhaps I do, though.
Are you an engineer?
I'm not an engineer, but perhaps I could provide you photos.
Why don't you continue to ask the questions of Ms. Gregory? If she doesn't know anything about the groundwater, she answered the question.
Okay.
But seriously, the groundwater is irrelevant to the variances that we're requesting.
Oh, they're not irrelevant at all. I think the parking profoundly affects the groundwater issue. You can't conceive that the original...
That's an existing condition.
Okay, and not...
any expansion that we propose, we obviously have to meet certain codes. Particularly...
You're talking legal codes.
I'm talking about construction codes. We are under site plan approval, and part of that site plan, we do have to meet certain codes.
I can tell you that I have photos of recent rainfall where I can clearly show groundwater not only flooding the proposed parking on the side of the building, but that groundwater going on to abutting properties. I have those photos in an envelope right here with a copy for everybody if they choose.
Again, that's an existing condition and not a result of the variances that we're proposing.
And that's not a reason for you to deny additional parking on the side?
No, it's not if we need to meet construction codes. Those types of things will end up being remedied when the property is improved.
you haven't had a study done of the water.
I'm not the appropriate person to do a study of the water. Again, that's the engineer.
Okay, but you did discuss substantial detriment.
Yes.
And now, if I have a flooded basement as a result of the activity of the driveway, would you agree that's substantial detriment?
Only if you have proof of that.
Oh, thank you. Now, you did no survey of the neighbors as to, gee, are you having any problems with noise? Are you having any problems with water? Are you having any problems with any of the other activities caused by the Salesians or now St. Paul?
No.
What is being done at this property that could not properly be accomplished at Seton Hall?
That is not an appropriate question for me. That's for a different witness.
Okay.
Can I ask a follow-up question related?
Sure, go ahead.
With regard to the zoning table, you've got coverage calculations for required and actual. Do you have anything for existing?
No, actually, that means proposed. Actual would be requirement, then actual would be proposed based on our expansion to the parking.
Well, that's why I was asking, is there an existing? So I wanted to see what the change in coverage is from what's there now to what's proposed.
A question for our engineer, because he did the calculations.
Fine, that's fine. We'll save that. Thank you. Thank you.
Adrian Whipple, 355 Trail Avenue. So, was it part of your plan to piss everybody off, or it just sort of happened?
I don't think I'm going to answer that
You don't have to answer that. I'm just trying to lighten it up a little bit. My question, I have two questions for you. One, you'd mentioned an acronym in the beginning about dorms and such that I didn't quite catch that. CD?
No, the Division of Community Affairs, it's New Jersey Division of Community Affairs. They regulate boarding houses and rooming houses.
Okay.
Because someone made a comment about it being a boarding house and a rooming house, and they're licensed by the DCA.
What does that mean? So you're saying because they're not licensed, they don't behave in that way? Is that what you're saying? I was just unclear about that comment.
Yeah, basically, the DCA would come in and they have to inspect the property, and they give a license to a rooming board. There's actually a whole definition of what a rooming house or boarding house is.
So I think what we were commenting on is the characteristics of what they're doing, not whether or not they've applied for that legal status. So I was just confused about what you were addressing.
So I was basically addressing the legal definition of what a boarding house is in the state of New Jersey.
Okay. And then the other question, I'm relatively ignorant to what a planner does, but you talked a little bit about uses.
Yes.
Is that something you consider when you look at the planning and present testimony, the use? I ask because I think you commented on the use.
What we do is land use planning. That's the general term.
So when you talk about them being a part of the church, part of the Catholic Church, is that, I don't know, is that the Pope says so, or that you says so? Is there legal language that says that what they do is ordained by the Catholic Church? Is that what you were saying? Or?
I don't know that it's ordained, and that's actually more appropriate for the director, not for me.
You actually gave the testimony, is why I asked you. But
as I stated earlier, there is case law, cases that have been decided in court that talk about what houses of worship are. And their extension of the types of uses that they actually provide under a church or a Catholic organization.
So you're saying that a court has determined that other cases constitute an extension of the Catholic Church? But not the church, but there's some other case law, right?
Well, actually, generally it's houses of worship. I mean, I hate to use the word church because it could be a synagogue.
Right.
It could be a lot of different things. But they have found that there are other uses that are associative with the houses of worship, which do include things like residential uses, includes daycare, includes counseling, there's a myriad of uses, and there's more case law that keeps evolving that sort of makes that all much more encompassing.
And do you know if these are these primary resident situations, or are they more, I don't want to say transient, but less primary, or something that would these folks will, I think, change their roster each year. Does this case law address that scenario, or is that case law specific to more permanent residents?
Actually, it does address more transient residents because they also do provide shelters for the homeless.
The shelters, that's a quite different thing, though. Yeah, shelters.
But that's also transient because the idea is to not keep them there, but to actually try to get them back on their feet and back onto society.
But this is not for. This is not. We're not asking for a variance to do a shelter, though, right? So it wouldn't be relevant in this case.
When you asked the question, I'm giving a.
Well, I asked if the case law you cited, based on these circumstances.
Yes, actually, it does.
Was
Actually, there's case.
relevant
Yes,
to
there's
a changing
case
roster.
Yes.
Of residents.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then, what's my last question? Anyone? I had. No, I kind of lost myself in that a little bit there. So that's it. I lost my train of thought, so I lost my last question.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Doug Huebner. I live at 390. You can't. Hi, I'm Doug Huebner. I live at 391 Hall Court. So just to follow up on that, you said like daycare centers and shelters, stuff like that. They're an extension of a religious organization, correct?
That is correct.
Generally, wouldn't that be a church, like a real brick and mortar church?
No, actually,
it could just be any religious.
No, there was one case, and I can't remember what it is off the top of my head, but they actually converted a convent into 4 apartments for victims of domestic violence and their children. And that was part of the case law.
And was that in a residential neighborhood?
Yes, it was in a residential neighborhood.
Okay. And when they do that, do they charge people rent?
I don't know what they did in that case. I'm thinking probably not, but I really can't tell you because I don't think that when you get into the case law, the legal stuff, they talk about whether or not rent was charged.
So like an organization like the Catholic Church, do they, when they build a building that's an outreach, that's an extension of their church, do they then turn it into a profit center where they charge people room and board?
That's a better question for our director.
Well, okay, I'm just going off of, because you're giving testimony that you're saying that there are all these examples, so I'm just wondering if you know that. And that when these organizations do that, do they have somebody who's maybe ordained, or at least like an official from the church on premises at all times, or at least from 9 to 5 every day, or like a Catholic priest or a nun? Wouldn't they be at one of these places?
I mean, I don't think that any of the case law delves that deeply into the religious uses on who's on site, per se. It was more about the uses that were proposed associated with the religious organization. But I don't know. I mean, to read a case, I don't know. It said there was an ordained minister on site for the victims of domestic violence. I don't know that, and I don't know that the case law really rises to that type of level.
Okay. I'm just saying, because you're saying that these people were given a variance, I guess, to get these buildings.
Yeah, but the monetary part of it is really irrelevant in terms of land use. That's just like another example is when an applicant comes for a multifamily use, it really can't be considered whether or not it's ownership or rental in terms of an approval. It's just multifamily. So whether or not there's residents here that pay rent or not is sort of irrelevant to an actual land use question.
That's a question for the board, whether or not that happens.
Good evening, Clarence Jones, 321 Irving Avenue. Before I can ask the specialist a question, I really have to understand. Can you talk? Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. I am talking. I really have to understand, which I haven't been able to follow in 2 meetings, whether or not we're just simply approving parking or approving the status of a site that is currently illegal. And to your point about the Department of DCA, they are responsible for a multiple type of facilities, to include dormitories, especially buildings that have been converted from private use into dormitories. I know that for a fact because I was responsible for doing one for Essex County College. At the time, I was Director of Engineering and Facilities there.
Okay, so the first question you had is, what is this application about? Ms. Gregory, can you summarize again what the applicant is seeking here?
No, my question is, what is the official use of the property designated as, and how does the D variance approval affect that use?
Ms. Gregory.
Right now, I don't know that it has a standing. Through the testimony, all I can tell you is that when the Salesian brothers lived there, obviously it was, and I believe that it was a religious use. So therefore, we believe it was a religious use, and we are continuing it as a religious use. Religious buildings are permitted in the zone with conditions. So that is the reason that we are here. We don't meet 3 specific conditions, but that does not mean that the use is not permitted in and of itself.
So that the residents know particularly, if the property has no official status as it relates to the codes and the law, not only of the state of New Jersey, but of the township of South Orange, then how is it that a temporary change in its unofficial use can be dealt with?
That's why we're here. We're asking for site plan and variance approval.
You're asking for a site plan, not use of the property.
Where we're asking for variances associated with a use.
No, can't have it both ways. You either have to tell us specifically what the facility is being used for and approved by the township of South Orange, and subsequently whether or not that approval affects the site use. Facilities first, site second. And that I'm asking the board.
I don't know what you're
sure I
talking
understand
about.
the question, Mr.
You don't know what I'm talking about? I'm saying that if you haven't approved the official use of the facility, how can you prove the official variance for the use of the land?
The Salesians had a certificate of occupancy.
That is not the use. You know, we keep doing this, and it's unfair and it's totally disingenuous to us. When I purchased my property, I had to go through specific things in order to get construction done. There is no way you can tell these residents that a property in a one-family zoned area can have 16 bathrooms and 100,000 bedrooms, and nobody saw that there was something wrong. Now, if no one wants to deal with that, you should at least be able to tell us the building is officially used as A, B, C, D, E, F, or G, or maybe 1, 2, 3. But you should be able to tell us something so we can debate from that standpoint. Because right now, we're debating sentences. We're debating 1 minute, the first time the term dormitory was used by them.
Can I try to answer your question? Both residential and house of worship uses are permitted in this zone. The house of worship use has conditions. Those conditions were listed by Ms. Gruhl, and the applicant admits he doesn't meet all those conditions, has asked for a variance because he doesn't meet all the conditions. So both uses, both the house of worship use and residential use are permitted uses in the zone.
That's not what my question was. My question was, what is the official approved use? And no one has said it yet.
Mr. Rinder, okay. Let's not accuse the board of being disingenuous. We're struggling with this also. It probably wasn't handled as it should have been years ago. That was before our time. Mr. Rinder, can you clarify?
Yes,
try to answer Mr. Clark's question.
The records show that the property was approved as a single, not even approved, existed as a single-family use. The Salesian brothers purchased it and continued the single-family use. In '91, I think, They got permits for improvements to the place. That's when I believe they added the chapel. But I would assume at that time there was no approval from any of the boards for it to be anything other than the single-family use. And it's my assumption, not because I wasn't here in 91, that the chapel was only to be used for the people living there, the Salesian brothers living there. But all of the permits all show it as a single-family use. It was never approved for any other type of religious use. And the only acknowledgement that the town did was to grant a tax exemption at that time because it was owned by a religious organization, but the building itself was being used as a single-family use.
So,
No, that's not the way it works.
Sorry. This could easily get out of control. So I think that was a pretty good, answer to your question. That's the best we have. Do you have other questions for the witness, Mr. Clark?
So the technical use is a one-family home. That's it?
Yes.
That's what I want.
We said that weeks ago.
John Lopos, 311 South Place. Hi, Ms. Gregory.
Hello.
If I understand, one of the purposes or one of the obligations in presenting this plan is to articulate what the pluses and the minuses are, or what's the detriment or what's the benefit to this community. Is that right? I was trying to follow in your testimony. You started to articulate what I thought were your proposed benefits from this plan onto the community. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please, because it wasn't clear to me, what are some of the, although I did hear you mention some loftier benefits, maybe to larger communities or the village overall, or maybe even the state, or maybe the principles of freedom of religion, what are the concrete and specific benefits that this plan gives to the immediate neighborhood in the 601 block, I think, of the historic Montrose section?
Because, number one, it's a better alternative than some of the alternate conditional uses. Number two, as a conditional use, you do have a greater capacity for control on the site, and that's what I was talking about as a single family. The house could be expanded and have less setbacks, which would be detrimental to the neighborhood.
It would do what? What would that do to the neighborhood?
The setbacks would be less. So that means the building could be larger up to a certain lot coverage, but the setbacks could actually be 12 feet on the side.
Stuff that's right over my head. But
well, right now our setback is about 25. So decreasing that basically decreases.
It would encroach the other properties around
yes,
it?
it further encroaches on the surrounding properties.
Do you understand? That's an important consideration. Do you understand that?
If I understand it correctly, if it were a residential use from a single family, they could build a bigger house and get closer to the other properties.
Right, or build a bigger, in this case, residential house of worship and encroach. So a conditional, if we were to deem this a conditional use, like Ms. Gregory said, correct me if I'm wrong, we have greater setbacks. In other words, the bounds of the building are confined. That offers protection to the neighborhood.
And if I may add to that, one of the other reasons that I also stated has to do with the site plan, has to do with the fact that now we are trying to provide through our site plan application organized parking. So we are trying to alleviate some of the concerns that have been brought about throughout the testimony about the parking situation.
Right.
The board now has control over the site plan, where in a single family or two-family home, they would not.
Right. So,
and actually their planner actually stated that as well. Single and two families are not subject to site plan approval. So that's another layer of control.
Understood the technical part.
Yes.
So Joe testified earlier tonight that the parking situation is workable, that it's working right now. In fact, it has been working since the last hearing. So do you agree that it's workable as it is right now? Do you agree with someone who's there on a day-to-day basis who has stated and testified that it's working right now as it exists, or not?
Well, no, I mean, obviously, he's there day to day, so he's obviously the best person to be qualified to state that. And basically, what a planner does also is I utilize the testimony from all of the other experts, because all of them are experts or fact witnesses in some cases, in other specific categories like the engineer or the traffic engineer. And I sort of put it all together in the context of what's called municipal land use law. And that's what I was talking about, the detriments and all that kind of
Do you
stuff.
factor in the testimony or the feedback of the residents of the neighborhood?
I try to address the comments that,
But you
the
don't
neighbors...
factor it into the plan. And here's
Oh,
why I'm
no,
asking.
actually, well, no, I don't actually factor it into the plan because I don't design the plan, but obviously the applicant and their engineer did try to do that. Initially, they didn't want to, they thought that the parking functioned perfectly well, and then because of some of the comments, they decided to add 4 additional parking spaces towards the front, which triggered another variance. They weren't intending to provide any more macadam on site, but they thought that that would help alleviate some of the issues associated with the parking. So
I want to talk about some of the detriments, or ask about some of the detriments then, and I have to ask, so is the proposed plan for parking, is that accommodating the traffic in and out, or is it promoting the traffic in and out of the property? What's the relationship of the traffic in and out of the property to your plan?
I'm not really sure how to answer that question.
Well, I'll try to ask it maybe differently. So we're talking a lot about parking.
Correct.
All right. The proposed use of the site is going to continue to generate a lot of traffic in and out of the property. It's happening now. And I don't understand how your proposal, or can you tell me how your proposal is going to address that detriment to the community?
Well, again, so I'm going to go back to, it's somewhat relative, because what has happened is that the neighborhood has gotten accustomed to the prior use of the property, which was... well, yes, that is the truth. It is the truth. The neighborhood had gotten accustomed to the Silesian brothers.
To a single family, something that's more consistent with the single family use of the property, you think? We've gotten accustomed to something? 2 cars, 2 residents?
But the fact is that it didn't always have 2 residents.
For 15 years it did.
But it used to have more. So
They certainly didn't have 4 people.
there was testimony at the prior hearing that there were more residents than 2.
There was testimony that was 25 years old.
But the fact is there were approvals for adding bedrooms and also a chapel. And if there were no intentions for having that many residents on site, then they would not have built the bedrooms. So at one point in time, there were many more residents. So just...
There weren't as many residents as the facility will accommodate. There never were. There never were as many residents. Do you know if there were ever as many residents on the facility?
Not for a fact, no, I do not.
Yeah. Okay.
But with that said, I also did give the relationship of the fact that the actual area of this lot could accommodate 7 single families. Assuming 2 cars per family, it's the same amount of traffic that you would have having that many 14 residents on site. And they're talking about having 12.
So do you know if that's how the property would be developed?
Well, no, it most likely would not be, only because...
Is there any reason why a single family wouldn't buy that and make it their dream space?
I'm not saying that it couldn't happen, but it's highly unlikely.
Are you familiar with similar properties in the historic Montrose section? Are you familiar with the historic Montrose section?
Not particularly, no.
So you're not familiar with the size of the lots that exist in the historic Montrose section that occupy 1 single-family home?
Well, that's sort of a general question.
Well, here's why I'm asking the question. I'm trying to understand how you how you are considering the fabric of the neighborhood, how you are considering how your plan fits in with the fabric of the most immediate neighborhood, which is the 601 block, which are the 20 or so homes that border the property, which is Self-Place,
yes,
as well as how it matches or meets the fabric of the historic Montrose section. So I'm asking you as the planner, how does your plan actually fit into the fabric of our immediate neighborhood as well as the historic Montrose section?
Because it's existing. It's existing.
No,
It's
that,
there.
That doesn't answer the question. How does your
It doesn't-
proposed plan match the neighborhood?
It doesn't have to match the neighborhood because it's
Well, what?
existing.
We're trying to have.
Let her answer the question. You may not like
The fact is,
answer.
it's an existing building. It has existing use rights, whether or not it's a
violation.
single family or not.
In violation of code. It's an existing building in violation of code.
Okay, I don't believe that's in violation of code.
Ask.
There was an inspection that was done last week,
Is it,
and there's
is
no
it,
codes
is it
that
in
have been
violation
violated.
of the zoning? Is its current use in violation of the zoning?
The current use, we don't know because we're here for an approval.
Oh, I think we under.
Okay, let's move on to the next question.
Okay. No, I think you've answered the questions that I have. And the most concern that I have is whether or not your plan is going to have any impact on the traffic, which is a safety issue for the neighborhood. And the traffic that is directly a result of the cars that go in and out of that property because there are accommodations for 10 to 12 cars or more.
Well, two parts of that. I did give an analysis, and number two, we did have a traffic engineer that was here at our last meeting.
Yeah.
So that was
We
the
can speak to
appropriate.
that.
That was the person that is appropriate to answer that question.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair from Springer. What was his last name? Springer.
Steiger.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody else have questions for Ms. Gregory? Go ahead, sir. State your name, please, your address.
John McGriff, 394 Irving Avenue. Is there any impact on the lighting as a result of any changes that you're planning on making to that property?
Again, I'm the wrong person to ask. That's the engineer. Sorry. Not trying to avoid the question.
Should've been
That's
there
just the
last week.
question for the engineer.
I think there's a plan
There's
that's...
a lighting.
Hello.
Ben Vitale, 331 Terrell. I have basically the same question as John. It wasn't meant to be an adversarial question. I actually want your opinion either way. And I appreciate your advice about what the alternative could be. But this question, he asked it in the way I wanted to ask it was it's not about what we're avoiding or what's happening. The question of this use that's being proposed and what the impact of that use on the neighborhood would be in your best estimate and in your plan. That's sort of your specialty, right? In itself and as compared to the existing conditions, which is not a theoretical existing condition about 12 people living there, but about 2 people living there. So
I still, so that was a question, and I'm not quite sure what it was.
okay, I'll try to ask it.
I apologize.
It was kind of roundabout. So, as a planner, what do you think the impact of this proposed use
It's not shielded,
will be on the neighborhood?
but it exists.
I think that this impact will be less.
No, not less than some alternative. What is the impact on the neighborhood? Don't compare it to some other bad thing that might happen in the future.
It would be the same impact as another single-family home.
You're saying, let me just make sure I understood you. You think that 12 young men living together, in addition to the missionary activities, in addition to being students and commuters, is the same as a single family living on that property?
Based on the case law, yes. It has been found.
Not case law. Your expertise as a planner. You go in with good faith into neighborhoods and towns, and you advise them about what's really going to happen in the neighborhood. And maybe there's some good things. You could tell us some positive things. I actually didn't want to argue with you. I wanted your best opinion about how it's going to affect the neighborhood. Not about case law, but what's really going to happen to traffic, people walking around, people making noise, people making lights, people having parties.
Well, I think the problem is that, at least the feedback that seems to be coming from the neighbors, is that there's a lot of assumptions to be made about how this is operating or going to operate into the future. And the difference is if it wasn't regulated through the Catholic organization, there could be 14 students renting this house together with absolutely no safeguards whatsoever, no regulations, And there potentially could be many more problems than what is being proposed at the site today.
I appreciate that. That's really great information. Not quite the question I asked. So
I'm sorry if I'm just not understanding, because you talked about like the two residents that used to be there, and
yeah, I wanted to make two comparisons, not comparisons to what might be, but comparisons to what is happening. It's not like what we're avoiding by doing this, which is a very relevant and important strategy for the town and for the neighborhood. But just what do you think is going to happen with 10 people living there as compared to 2 people living there?
well, obviously there's going to be more people coming and going, and there's going to be more cars. I mean, that's without saying. So, other than that, I don't exactly know what you want me to answer.
That was pretty much it. And so more people coming and going, more cars, more noise?
But that, again, it's the same intensity as 7 single-family lots, and actually
No,
probably
not single-family
less.
lots, one single family. How is the intensity compared to a single family?
Depends on the family.
It could potentially be the same.
You don't think it would be more?
If there was a family of that many people, they would also have 10 cars.
You think it's likely that a single family would have 14 people?
No, it's not likely, and I did already state that. But as I said, this house can be occupied by people that are not related, and it's still considered to be a family. So you could still have 14 cars.
Are we going to be able to address the board?
Yes, you will. Let me address the question posed by the gentleman about the lighting situation. There is a lighting plan that was presented, and they're not planning to change any of the lighting that currently exists. So whatever is there now is what they're planning to keep. So, and that's available. All these documents are available for the public's inspection. Okay. Other questions for Ms. Gregory?
I'd also like to clarify a question that somebody asked that Ms. Gregory perhaps didn't understand completely, or maybe I didn't understand completely, and that was whether or not the existing use is a legal use. And I think that you had previously stated, and indeed it is, something that the zoning code allows, but there are conditions associated with setbacks and such that require you to get a variance. Is that correct?
Yes.
Other
Is it legal until there's a variance?
The thing that requires a variance is setbacks. So the house was originally built with and I don't know if it's okay if I can talk about this. Maybe I should let Sal talk about it. But
the current use of the property is a single-family use. Any expansion of the uses that are being proposed by the applicant require the approval of the board. So as of right now, the people living there, it's a single-family use. And that's, all that's permitted there at this point.
It's a single-family use currently, just like you said before. It's legal. It's legal.
As a single family use?
It's a single-family use is the legal use.
Okay, so anything else?
They're proposing to ask for a variance saying that we are a house of worship, and that's what we're here discussing.
Excuse me.
No. You're going to get your chance. You can ask me all these questions. We got to proceed to get through the witnesses, and then you can ask whatever questions you want. Do we have other questions for Ms. Gregory? Go ahead.
Hi, Jessica Cuescamp, 360 Terrell. I wanted to ask you, as an expert, in planning, and you're invoking these other cases where religious use buildings, not houses of worship, such as residence for domestic violence and otherwise, have been approved. I would like to know, have those uses been happening before they were approved, and would you think it a responsible course of action to install a dozen residents in a building before actually getting permission to put them there?
Well, actually, yes, the uses were there before the case.
Well, I'm talking about the other cases. Were the residents of these other cases of approving religious residences actually living there before they actually got the approval, such as Catholic residences? And would you think that a responsible course of action to install people in a place before actually getting permission?
Well, actually, right now, this property is operating legally as a single-family home.
See, let me clarify this also, because I'm not sure that the residents understand that this is a sort of a tortured history of this case, and it perplexed me too. Mr. Rinda is the one who flagged this. The Salesian brothers were there before his tenure. When the change in the property owner came about, he said, wait a minute, what is going on here? This doesn't look like a single-family use. We need to clarify what's going on. So he's the one who picked up on it, saying, this looks a little fishy to him. What is actually this about? So thus we're here tonight, and thus we're here with this application. Okay?
One more quick question. Do we really have to go back 30 years to find out what the property is all about? Like, wouldn't the bill of sale, for example, describe the property? If there were a mortgage on the property, what kind of property mortgage did they apply for, et cetera?
Again, not an appropriate question for me.
We have other questions for Ms. Gregory.
Let's get Charles Mahoney, 340 Irving Avenue. I'm just looking at, I downloaded the South Orange district use regulations here, and I'm reading it. Maybe you could clarify for me something. You did mention some of the permitted conditional uses and mentioned, community residences for the developmentally disabled, et cetera, and so forth. But if we're talking about a religious use here, number 6 is churches, synagogues, and other religious and nonprofit schools for day students only. What does that mean? It doesn't seem to imply that they're resident students. It just says day students only.
Well, actually...
And the other clause specifically says community residents, so that would imply to me someone who would be living in a facility full-time, but this does not say that. So can you explain that a little bit?
Yes, I can. There's a word missing. If you take a look at section 92-210, which are the specific conditional use requirements, it states churches, synagogues, religious buildings, and nonprofit schools. So the religious is not religious nonprofit schools, it's religious buildings and nonprofit schools.
Well, I'm looking at the district zoning. It says residence single-family districts.
Yes.
Right? So this is the section that talks about a zoned area for single-family residents only, right? And then the permitted conditional use would be that. I'm not looking at a section where it's zoned for a church. Let's say I'm looking for a section where it's zoned for a single-family residence. It seems to be different.
Not in my interpretation. Otherwise, religious buildings would not be included under the conditional use requirements. That's a bulk table, so more often than not, it might have been truncated because it's actually in a use table. It's in a table versus the actual verbiage in the actual ordinance itself. So when you go to this other following section, this actually does include religious buildings.
You're talking about 92 Attachment 5, Schedule 1?
No.
Is that what you're looking at?
92-210. It's a conditional use requirements. It's not a table.
Okay.
Sometimes things get truncated in a table versus in the actual ordinance.
So sometimes, but that would be a question then for the board. Did that really happen here? Is it truncated, or which document are we reading from, and what's accurate? Maybe we'll bring that up during the comments section. Maybe the board can clarify that a little bit. But according to what I'm reading here, it doesn't say anything about a residence clause for churches or synagogues. It does say for other things, but not that when it's in an area that's zoned for single-family residences.
Well, I've already stated it throughout my testimony that under much of the case law, actual residences are accessory to houses of worship and are accessory to religious organizations. So they are included under that umbrella.
Doesn't seem that way from here. Okay, we'll bring
it
this
is
up
through the
again
case
later.
law.
All right.
Samantha Banker, 319 South Place. My question is, you said before that right now, as it would be compared to a single-family home that moved in, that it's better and it's not more detrimental to the houses around it with small children or planning to have small children, that it's actually better than if it was a real single-family home with adults and small children. Is that true?
No, but number one, that's not what I said. Number two, that's actually not the criteria for the granting of the variances at all. But what I did state is that you could have 14 people living here in a 14-bedroom house with no guidelines whatsoever that were not related under a single-family home.
Right.
And
okay.
so
and
therefore, that would be...
And have you been to the homes in Montrose that are a few blocks away that probably have 14 bedrooms, but don't have 15 cars? You maybe have 2 cars because there's adults and there's kids that don't drive at 2 years old, 5 years old, 10 years old. So there's not 15 cars, even for those huge homes.
It might be helpful.
Well, I didn't hear a question.
Well, you said before, you said it's highly unlikely for there to be 7 lots. Even though you said it could be 7 lots, it's highly unlikely for that to happen. So if a single-family home built a little bit of a bigger house, they're not going to have 15 cars going down the driveway because most families are not 15 adults in the area, in this community we're talking about. They're families, few adults, with kids. Or a few adults. There's not, in any of the homes that are a few blocks away, they're even bigger with those amount of homes. Have you been around and seen those homes in Montrose?
I don't know specifically the homes that you're speaking of.
So when you were planning for this specific home in this specific area, you didn't research any of the homes or any of the culture of the town?
No, I did not. Number one, I didn't plan this site. It's existing.
Okay, so you didn't do any research on the site that you were going to be representing? Or the site around it, the community?
Yes, I did. You're making assumptions about my analysis, and you're getting very far-reaching in what I was supposed to do without understanding what the actual criteria is. The effect of the variance is on the direct surrounding properties, the properties that are abutting this property.
I'm right next to this property, yes, so I'm aware of that.
So it has nothing to do with what is happening 3 blocks over in another home. That has nothing to do with what's happening on this property.
What is happening with this property right now and all of those cars is the question is this going to have a worse effect on us, myself, because I'm next to it, and the people who are in the area compared to what it used to be with 2 adults who had 2 cars, or if it got sold to a single-family home that would not have 15 cars because none of the homes in the area have 15 cars. Or they're using garages.
You're making the assumption that it is a detriment, but...
Well, no, I'm not making an assumption. I live there. So it is a detriment. And I'm planning to have kids, and the people next to me all have small kids.
Okay. You're drifting, you're giving testimony, you're making a comment now. You really kind of got to stick to a question that she can answer. And instead of getting into a debate about, I understand your point. Try to ask a question of her so we can...
Okay, well, my question was, which I guess she answered, was if she did any research on the areas around it to stick to the culture of the town, a very residential town.
She's answered that
and she said no. Okay.
The answer is no.
Yeah, but that's completely irrelevant.
You said no, so.
And it's irrelevant.
Hi, Deborah Pittman, 351 Terrell Avenue, South Orange, New Jersey. I believe that you said that residences are an accessory use to houses of worship. Residences can be an accessory use.
Yes.
Are those residences that are accessory use to houses of worship used to house college students typically who pay room and board, or are they used to house the rector and his family, or the priests who are serving the church, or the rabbi and his wife? Are they? I think that's the question.
Actually, it's all-encompassing.
Can you give me one example where they're used exclusively to house college students?
Well, that would be other facilities that St. Paul's Outreach has.
Any place in New Jersey that you know of?
In the case law, no, not specifically.
Thank you. Also, I don't know if this is part of your planning. Do you take effect on sorry, I'm just tired. Do you give any consideration to the property values of the surrounding areas when a use is changed?
No. It's not allowed to be part of it.
We have other questions for Ms. Gregory.
394 Irving Avenue. Loaded question, but I'll ask it. If this variance is not granted, what is your plan B?
I believe that the St. Paul's Outreach will still be occupying the property. The difference is that they won't have a tax exemption. That is probably the major difference here. And there will be no site plan approval whatsoever. There will be no improvements to the parking. They will operate as they are today.
You would not have a tax-exempt status if this is not granted? Is that what you just said?
Yes, as a single-family home, we can't have a tax exemption, but this is an affiliate of the Catholic Church. So therefore, if it were deemed a house of worship, we would have a tax exemption status. We would also not be under site plan approval. There would be no improvements made to the property. So that would be the difference. They would still be living there.
Thank you.
Is that true? That they'll have to pay taxes if they're not granted a variance for a house of worship?
They weren't paying
That's the testimony that we just heard. Is that accurate?
Payment in lieu of.
I believe the Salesian brothers were when they owned the property, it was tax exempt. That was granted tax exemption.
Okay.
I don't know if the St. Paul's Outreach is paying taxes or not. I believe they may be back on the tax rolls. I'm not
so
sure.
it existed as a single-family use with the tax exemption before. The Salesian brothers had it.
I believe that's I believe.
So that's not exactly true.
Because it was owned by the church.
Well, I know that this is probably a better question for our attorney, really, rather than me. But not here we go. I do understand that the Salesian brothers did pay a pilot. So it's not that they didn't pay anything, but they did pay a pilot, which basically...
That's a payment in lieu of taxes.
Yes, exactly, a payment in lieu of taxes. So basically what that means is usually it's a much lesser payment than what the taxes would be assessed at as a regular single-family home.
Okay, we're done. Other questions? Okay, thank you. We have any other witnesses, Ms. Birkenwald?
No.
No other witnesses? Did you say no?
No.
Okay, so
We have the witnesses that were here last month, but we don't need to supplement the
I
testimony.
can't hear a word you're saying.
No other witnesses.
Before we get the public to offer their comments and pro and con, do you have any summary statement you want to make about?
You want me to make a summary statement before the neighbors speak?
Well, you don't have to. I'm just asking you, is there anything else you want to say?
I would prefer to save it for at the very end. It's short, but I would prefer to hear them.
Why?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to, if it's possible, get an answer to the question about whether the property was put up for sale by the Salesians, if it was made available to the neighbors to purchase.
How will we know that?
I don't.
I'll let the applicant answer that question, if you don't
So,
mind.
did you hear the question?
Yeah, I've just been informed that it was a direct sale
Thank you.
from the Salesians.
Okay.
You see, we're really, the Salesians
I don't
and
need
St.
any-
Paul's
I don't-
Outreach
I don't-
are
I don't-
all
I don't need any more.
ancillary.
That's the only thing I needed to know.
We got you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Got it. Okay, so then, at this point, then we take comments, questions from members of the public.
Hi, Adrian Whipple, 355 Terrell. And I wanted to go first because I just wanted to respond to that. There's been some question about the use and higher purpose and all that good stuff. I actually approached them, the Salesians, about buying that property and had one discussion with them that just kind of, they never followed up with me. So they chose to make a direct sale, and that was to be occupied by my family, right? 5 kids and my in-laws. So that would be good number, right? About 9. Would have worked pretty well. So I just wanted to make sure that was out there because that was another alternative use for that property. And there are other properties in Montrose that are similar dimensions and similar sizes. I've been to them, and they're single family, and they work quite well. And I think that some of the commentary around whether it's 5 feet off of one edge or 1.5 feet on another, and so it's such a little amount of space, we can get our variance and so on and so forth. I believe that that the lots are purposed the way they are for a reason, right? And that's part of the reason I think most of us moved to this village is because of the community and what it represents. And the use, in fact, will change dramatically, right? Because I've been there 6-7 years, and a lot of these folks twice as long, if not longer, and it has not been what they're proposing to do. They are dramatically changing the use and increasing the head count. I've got small children. I've got 2 to 13 years old that run around all the time out there, and increasing the number of cars in the neighborhood that are clearly a risk, as defined by our own insurance companies, right, is not a pleasant thought, right? And I'm one of many who have the same issues going on. We also, maybe it's not part of their process to look at property values, but it's certainly part of our process when we look out and see what's happening in the neighborhood, and I'm sure it's something you've thought of and are aware of. I don't think it's consistent with the historical community or district. I don't know if the historical district's been brought into play at this at all. I don't know if it fits into that. I get it that something happened in the 90s, right, and it's a little bit of a mess, and I appreciate that it was flagged. But I wanted to make sure to get a few comments out there, because last month I heard some comments that insinuated, well, we don't know what else to do with it. What else are we going to do with this Franken property, right? And there are plenty of other things that we done with it that I think are consistent with the CO, consistent with the community, consistent with the village. And I think that, I think I speak for a lot of folks when I say that, though I'm sure you're going to hear from the rest of them anyway. So thank you.
Just really quickly, I through the process in the past couple of months, do I still need to recognize who I am for this? I'm sorry.
Say it again.
John Lowe, Post 311 South Place. I don't believe that the applicant, and I don't know that it has come through clearly enough through the 2 months, about the impact that this proposed use, the current use, and the proposed use has on the safety of the neighborhood. And I really ask that this board appreciate, and the applicant appreciates the context, Self Place and the 2 adjoining Irving and Terrell, it is not a safe area due to the traffic. The increase in traffic now to the site has increased 6-fold. And I can testify, if you were to put me on the record, I live right there, and I can tell you how many cars are in and out of that property from the beginning of the day until what Joe confirmed, and this is not uncharacteristic, after 11 o'clock, 1 in the morning. Our son has had to change the location of his bedroom because of the traffic lights. There are probably 40 or more children of age 12 and under that live in that block. And the Self Place, Hall Court, even frankly extending into that long driveway of 315, that is where the kids play. That's where they ride their scooters and ride their bikes, and that's where we have the block park. That is an area where there are a lot of kids playing, and it's something we're constantly combating, the traffic that flows through Self Place. And the current use of the property and what we expect will happen going forward is going to increase the risk and affect the safety of the area. I don't think that has been fully appreciated by the board or been clear over the past 2 months in these testimonies and discussions.
Let me ask you a question. Have you called in a complaint to anybody in town, the code enforcement or Mr. Rinder or anybody else, or called the police about concerns?
We have not, frankly, because we were trying to understand what was happening with the property. And I know from Ms. Collum that there's some type of a local 3 strikes rule, and I don't know if that's I don't know if I'm accurately representing what she said in a local meeting, but we could make apparently we could make up to 3 complaints against the occupants to the police or somehow, and then the village is interested.
I'd like to know what's going on there too, and if any of the residents have actually complained. Mr. Grinchy reported that there was one anonymous call or complaint, and that's what led to his inspecting the property, and he found nothing out of code with it. And so the question stands for anybody out here in the public. If any of y'all called in to complain about noise, frat parties, the usual stuff that everybody fears with college students.
That's a great question, and I'll say, at least for us, we have not made formal complaints until we really understood what was happening back in the property. And we have a much better understanding now, but we certainly have been keeping tabs on what's happening, and it is a detriment to this neighborhood. And it won't get better if what is being proposed, despite the testimony of the planner, it won't get better if the organized use of that property doesn't change.
And do you understand that in our own ordinances that these religious uses are a conditional use in this zone? Do you understand that?
Yeah, I think that's been fairly clearly established. I'm also putting that against the context of what we have been experiencing for the last 15 years.
Right.
In terms of the dynamic of the neighborhood.
Can we further clarify what a conditional use is? Because that terminology may not resonate entirely. I mean, this is something that people can get with just a permit, or do they need to go to the planning board to get a site plan approval? I mean, can you...
Conditional use is similar to permitted use. For example, you have a lot in a residential zone, and you meet all the bulk requirements, you can build a house. You can use it as a single-family house. If you have a lot in a residential zone and you want to use it as a house of worship, you can. The use is permitted, provided you meet the additional conditions set forth in the ordinance for that type of use in that zone.
In other words, you can just get a permit as long as you meet the other conditions.
If you met all of the conditions, yes, you would get a CO.
You don't need to go to the planning board for approval.
I'm sorry. If you meet the conditions, you still need a site plan approval.
Okay.
It would be before the planning board as opposed to the zoning board.
But I think this to further that discussion, right? With the site plan, if you meet all the conditions, it can't really be denied, right? So it's like getting a permit. It's just a more public step. It's not like they could apply additional conditions beyond what's already in the code, right? Excuse me. I'm just trying to illuminate everyone about what the story is, right? So that use, if they met the conditions, would be...
If they could meet the conditions, they'd be before the planning board with a site plan application. They'd also have to meet the site plan requirements.
Right.
All the requirements that are outlined in the site plan as well as those conditions.
Right. Which indeed is because they don't meet those conditions.
Because they don't meet the conditions,
the reason that
it becomes a variance.
That they're here for variance, and we take the place of the planning board.
Well, because the planning board can't.
Right. We in effect can grant or not that request and apply conditions because they need a variance.
Right.
Right.
So
just so you know where we're at.
Yeah, final comment, I'm off the mic. I think we established in the last meeting that this is not personal. This is about the organized use of the property, and it's been complicated for everybody. I spent, as other people probably have, spent 4 hours reviewing the last hearing, and there were a dozen comments that this board made, ranging from, I haven't seen it, this hybrid use in South Orange before, to I'm at a loss, it has elements of various things, to it's muddy as ever. I'm confused. If it doesn't feel right, it's not right.
That's actually not true. But in any case, go ahead, sir.
Clarence Jones, 321 Irving Avenue, again. Just to echo a point this gentleman just made. Anytime a community organization gets this kind of result. Okay, good point. Hopefully your next meeting will be in a facility that everybody can hear each other talking. I asked the sound man if he could do anything about it. He said, no, this is it. So maybe the next time we'll have better acoustics. But getting back to my point, anytime you get this kind of response from the community, you should be really happy, And this board, you're the chair, I believe. You made a point of saying that this occurred not during our time, and you're 100% right, but it did occur through the city. There is no way in South Orange you could build something like this and our city fathers and mothers didn't know about it. When I purchased my house, the ground was inspected. And for you to have a facility built in a one family, and I've heard the term as long as a group of people live in a structure. That's not true. The state of New Jersey has two classifications for a family. One is by blood and the other one is by law. So I don't know how we got this thing that, you can put 35 people in one house and say they're a family. There have been a lot of misstatements made by the individuals asking for this variance that if we really looked into deeply, we would find really don't hold water. But I would hope that the board doesn't make the mistake that the previous boards have made, and that is approve things that have this kind of impact on a community without A, the community approving it, B, knowing of it, and then when the community comes in front of you and say, hey man, this doesn't smell right, you say, well, it's not supposed to, but that's okay, because it isn't okay. Not to these people and not to all the other people who will follow us. Thank you.
If I could just address one point you made, and I think there is a fundamental misunderstanding which we should all clear up here, and that is what constitutes in the state of New Jersey a single-family residence. And I'd like to read to you from New Jersey Supreme Court in a case called Glassboro versus Valorsi. I don't know if I got the pronunciation of that right. And it says here, the court held that 10 students living together and sharing expenses and chores was a family for interpreting the ordinance. The students often ate meals together in small groups, cooked for each other, and generally shared the household chores, grocery shopping, and yard work. Common checking account paid for food and other bills, and they shared the use of the telephone. Although uncertain of living arrangements after graduation, they intended to remain tenants as long as they were enrolled at the college. Under the New Jersey Supreme Court law, that's a single family which can exist in a single family home zoned as such.
And they share expenses. They don't share expenses in this property. And they share. You see,
Okay, so, no, sir, if you want to come and talk, you got to go back up to the mic.
Just go to the microphone.
In any case, okay, ma'am, it's your turn. Do you want to yield to this?
I'm next.
Good.
You said they shared expenses. This property is not sharing expenses. The only expense that's being talked about is the rent that they pay. And that most certainly doesn't mean that they're a family simply because they pay rent.
Well,
but again,
their payment goes towards their grocery shopping and the utilities, etc. So it is some of it.
The testimony was that they got money, an allowance out
Well,
of that money for their grocery shopping.
And
the case here, they were also paying rent.
Once again, the first time I heard the term dormitory was from the people who were applying for this variance. Tonight, I hear it's not a dormitory. So if we're going to pick, choose, I think what the city has to do is first and foremost clarify what it is, when was it approved, and who approved it. And then let's go from there. Because I think that for us to try and respectfully debate with you, and the line is always changing. One day it's this, the next day it's that. You're trying to get a site approval, in fact, when you don't even have the facility approved. And that totally is illogical. So, again, thank you for doing your community service. But we're not here because we want to attack you. We're here because that's where we live. That's where we raise our kids. And I've raised 5 kids on that block. So please, help us do what we need to do, live.
I want to start by saying thank you all for your service and for putting up with...
You got to give your name again.
Oh, sorry. Deborah Pittman, 351 Terrell Avenue, South Orange, New Jersey. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, were we able to answer that discrepancy that arose earlier, whether a permitted use included religious residences? Because I was looking at the same tabular chart that said churches, synagogues, houses of worship, and religious schools, daytime use only. I have nothing about religious homes.
92-210 then says religious buildings. So I don't see specifically that it says religious residences, but we might get the, if it got to the point of considering approval, maybe that would be a discussion we'd have with the applicant about what they'd be willing to stipulate to limit the use on this. But no, it doesn't say religious residences per se. It does not.
Well, then a house of worship is not typically... do you want to...
Yes, a religious building is a permitted conditional use in this zone. And whether or not we get approval, a one-family dwelling is a permitted use, and the applicant could continue to have the same number of residents residing here, whether or not the board approves this use. That will not be affected. However, as a religious building, we are a conditional use, and the board could set, and we will and have consented to, a number of limitations, a number of conditions, including limiting either the number of people with cars, the number of residents with cars, or even limiting the number of residents, which, if we continue as a one family, would have no limitations whatsoever. Also permitted without any restrictions or limitations would be this building to be used, say, as a house for victims of domestic violence. And there are many bedrooms, some of which are being used now for prayer or for religious study, but there are about 14 or 16 rooms that could be used, and each one could have a victim of domestic violence and her children. And the intensity of use would be enormous. It would be much more, and there wouldn't be able to be any controls on this. So I understand that there are a lot of people here, because when I look at this map, there are 19 properties that do border our property. And all of you have invested greatly to live in this town. If you want me to. I've gone a little further. If you want me to. Okay.
I oppose the variance. I oppose the use of the house. I'm uncertain that a religious residence is permitted under the South Orange zoning code. And if we're looking at cases decided under other zoning codes, the court might come up with a different result. Mr. Moshe testified that the self-place is being used as a residence. There's a chapel on the premises. As of last month, there was one mass held. It's not open to the public. It's not going to be opened to the public, we're told. It's the opinion of the planner that that the house is an extension of the Catholic Church. We know from last week from last month, 315 South Place is being used as a dorm for undergraduate students with a resident assistant. The residents are required to make a 2-semester, 8 or 9 month commitment. Some may stay over the summer. It's an 8 or 9 month commitment. The residents pay $790 room and board monthly. It's cheaper than you pay for room and board at Seton Hall by about $2,000 a year. The residents 21 and older can have alcohol on the premises. The residents sign an occupancy agreement similar to a lease. The residents pray together and live by certain guidelines. An SPO would like to use the premises for meetings of up to 30 students. Under the South Orange zoning law, a single-family residence, that is, a building designed for and occupied exclusively by not more than one family, constitutes a bona fide housekeeping unit. Bona fide housekeeping unit is a relationship between persons for maintaining a common household or family relationship on a permanent basis or for an indefinite period of time. That's not satisfied here. It excludes societies, clubs, fraternities, sororities, associations, lodges, organizations, or similar groups, although fraternities and sororities are allowed in university U zones, not R zones. And it excludes from the definition of a single bona fide housekeeping unit the taking of lodgers, boarders, or roomers in all or part of a premises, even if such lodgers or boarders or roomers shall be using certain rooms and housekeeping facilities in common within such structures. I don't see how this qualifies under the South Orange zoning ordinance as a single family, despite what other courts and other townships may have ruled. Further, Mr. Moshe admitted that there were questions about the premises use at the time of SPO's acquisition. The Salesians told him, and I listened to the tape, so it's not just my notes from the meeting, the house could be occupied by up to 22 residents, and going for a variance in connection with the sale may raise questions. That should have raised a question. Rather than confirming that the premises could be used for the intended purpose, SPO, apparently on the advice of counsel, purchased the premises and began occupying it before the zoning situation was clarified, and now seeks, in the word used at the last meeting, to legitimatize its occupancy, apparently under the premises that forgiveness is easy, permissions impossible. Essentially, SPO asks the residential community to bear the economic and social impact of its decision to flout the zoning law, purchase a property, and begin using it in a manner inconsistent with what the zoning required. The legislative and the courts have reiterated many times that the legislative preference for municipal land use planning is by ordinance, not variance, and variances may only be granted in exceptional circumstances. It's exceptional circumstances, and to get a variance, you have to qualify for positive criteria. And those include the proposed use inherently serves the public good, such as a hospital, school, or public housing facility. Where the property owner would suffer undue hardship if compelled to use the property in conformity with the permitted use in the zone. Well, here, any undue hardship is SPO's own doing because they decided to buy the premises without clarifying its use. Where the use would serve the general welfare because the proposed site is particularly suitable for the proposed use. I've heard nothing how the general welfare of my immediate block, 601, is going to benefit from this. Finally, it has to show that it satisfies the negative criteria. And as Ms. Gregory said, it has to establish that there's no substantial detriment to the public good and will not substantially impair the intent and purpose of the zone plan and zoning ordinance. I don't think, based on what we've heard already tonight about the number of children, the confines of self-place, that this use is not going to impact substantially in a negative way on the area. The flag-shaped configuration of the lot makes SPO's use of the premises much more burdensome, because not only are we impacting the house on the right and the left and the one immediately behind us, its use impacts on 19 other households. And all I'm asking you is, how would you vote if SPO was going to use the house behind you as it's using this one.
I'm Sanford Felsenberg, 344 Irving. May I ask the chair if I could distribute some photos I've taken and explain what I've taken pictures of that would explain directly the negative effects of what St. Paul wants to do on the neighborhood. May I
You have photos that you want to present to the board?
I have pictures I'd like to present to the board.
Okay.
I have some.
Ms. Birkenwald needs to see them also.
Yes, I have something for everybody.
It's interesting, since they're not proposing to do anything to the site, how is what they're doing be detrimental? You know, they're not changing the amount of paving. Do you think?
I thought she,
Yeah.
she made good points. And she raised a number of questions that I thought were good questions.
Thanks for making so many copies.
I guess we have public when it rains.
I would like to explain to the board, I've been here a resident at 344 for 44 years. So I understand what's happened when it was a single-family home. I understand the transition to the Salesians, and I understand what's going on now. And I can tell the board that there were complaints once it transitioned to the Salesians. The feeling among the town fathers at that time was that, well, they're doing the work of God. It's the church, it's Seton Hall. We can't bother them. Yes, they make too much noise. Now, so I put up a wooden fence. But here, I can explain to you what happened after the Salesians expanded the driveway to what it is now. On picture number 1, and you'll notice these are just from a 1.16 inch rainfall a few weeks ago on 4/20. Started raining at 6 in the morning. Picture number 1 is the rear corner of my property near 346, about 30 feet to a wood fence. It shows how that area is flooded. I don't have pictures previous to the Salesians expanding the driveway because, well, I don't take pictures of land that's just grass and no damage is being done. It just rain and where it would go away. In image number 2, I have a closer view of the water accumulation nearer to the fence. Image number 3 shows the water with the camera pointing to the garage 346, number 346 Irving. Number 4 shows part of the area that's to be paved into a parking area. Image number 5 shows the area slightly to the right of image number 4, showing water on the grassy area and puddling around the driveway. Number 6 shows the area just to the right of picture number 5, closer to the house. and you know it's puddling in water. Image number 7 shows the opposite side of the rear area of my house, of the rear of my property, near my garage. Image number 8 shows a wider view of the water in the rear, showing how much it's flooded. And this is just after a little time of rain. Image number 9 shows increasing water accumulation at 3 o'clock as compared to image number 1 and image number 8. Image number 10 shows the spread and the depth of the water over the same area. Image number 11 shows the area that is to be paved. Image number 12 also shows the area to be paved, made into a driveway. If you note the water behind the ribbon, which designates the driveway. Now, image number 13 shows the water after the rain has stopped the next morning. That rain stopped at 4 p.m. the day previous. Image number 14 also shows the water the next morning. Image number 15 shows the water in the area to be paved the next morning also. Now this is it already after the rain had stopped. Image number 16 shows standing water after 26 hours after the rain had stopped. 17 shows the water at the rear corner of my property 26 hours after rain has stopped. The last shows area that's to be paved 26 hours after the rain had stopped. Now, my big point about all of this is that this water has to go somewhere. In my case, it goes into my basement. So, over years, I had to put in French drains and sump pumps, connect the sump pumps to the sewers. And also my neighbors at 342 had to do the same. Now, I don't know who else in the neighborhood gets affected by water, but I know the water goes to the lower numbers, and I'm just certain it also goes across the street. When my oil tank leaked, I just got lucky. I caught it in time so it didn't spread to my friends at 345 across the street and 349. But the water goes there also. It goes right all over the area. I know Ms. Gregory said I couldn't prove that, but I'm not seeking a variance. It's the St. Paul's that's seeking the variance here. They've provided no proof on the safety of the trees, of their parking, of the noise, of the water. I am very opposed to this, and I think it's very obvious there are bad effects to all this. Now, I know what I could have done. I could have put up a berm. I could have put in semi-permeable pipes, but that's just sending all this stuff down the street. That's where it goes now. But I didn't want to inflict on my neighbors what the Salesians inflicted on me. And yes, there were complaints. And I can tell you the names, though I won't, of the people who heard my complaints. And it was not entertained. Now, I don't want any of this to sound personal or anti-church or anti-Catholic or anything like that. Let's just think that as my silent tribute to the people who have been there, to the Salesians, I planted 5 rows of Sharon trees, symbols of Christianity in the back of my garage. Well, I don't have great gardening skills, so I only have an 80%. One of them died. So it's not a perfect welcome, but even Father Steve, it was a little too subtle, even Father Steve of the Salesians didn't really understand that this was mentioned 5 times in the Bible. But I want to come out strongly against this granting this variance. Thank you.
Excuse me, can you tell me when did this expansion of the driveway occur that you're
I can't rightly remember the exact day because no variance was granted.
Was it a decade ago?
It was easily a decade ago.
A bunch of blacktop. I'm not sure there's any net change in it.
Close with Father Steve, too. John Lopos, 311 Self Place. He extended the driveway closest to the house where the Belgian block sits up by the walkway. We've lived there since 2000, and it was probably 5 years after that. It's probably 2005, maybe 2006.
And the extension was to make it longer?
It was to make it wider to park.
Just wider?
Wider to park.
Okay. Thank you.
Is the property as it exists today under the lot coverage purposes?
Yes.
By a significant amount?
Yes.
Yes. According to the zoning table, it's very, very significant.
According to the zoning table, it's showing the lot coverage at 27.3.
And under RA 75, most allowed is
40. Yes.
During the RA60 zone.
Mr. Felsenberg, if you would please, you took these photos, correct?
I did.
You swear they're accurate?
Oh, I swear they're accurate. I even have with me the memory card, the original memory card in my camera. If anyone chooses to check it.
No.
You also get pictures of birds and other stuff.
The permitted is 60%.
So again, this is the part that you're showing flooding that goes into your backyard is those 1, 2, 3, and 4 proposed parking spaces there that they're proposing.
That is abuts the parking spaces. You can see, if you look at this, I'll have to take my copies of the set.
Okay, he's right here. This is his garage. Okay.
Now, on image number 4, that is that's the image of the spot to be paved with this tree that's been talked about a number of times in the background, and the neighbor's fence in the background.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Philip White, 320 South Place. I have a question for Mr. Render. Now, when you require a parking space for, say, 2 cars, right, it's actually a size that's much bigger than 2 cars. So if you require a parking space for 10 cars, the set is true, right? So we're looking at a lot that's much bigger than what currently exists, right, in terms of size for the cars.
I'm not sure I understand.
Okay. When we look at the existing residences around South Orange, right, there's a special code, right? So you can possibly only park 5 cars in the lot, or so forth, right?
You're talking about residential?
Residential.
The requirement would be 2 parking spaces.
2 parking spaces. Okay, and there's a certain size that you have for those 2 parking spaces, right?
Standard parking space is 9 feet wide by 18 feet.
Okay, so when you look at, say, 5 more cars,
It depends how
significantly
ground
bigger,
cooks. I don't
right?
know.
Larger.
You can't really put a dry well in there, though. It would have to be over here.
All right,
away from
the other
tree.
thing
I
I
mean, it could
have
be under
is
the
that,
driveway.
have you guys gone over to the place to look at the house? You
Yes.
guys
Yeah.
have?
Yes.
And so you've seen the 17 bedrooms?
Haven't been inside the house.
Oh, you haven't been
But
inside
we've seen the
the
plans that show the 17 bedrooms in the house.
Oh, okay. And does that look like regular family living?
I'm sorry.
Does that look like, does that constitute regular family living?
Not by
In
not
terms
by
of the
my
size
personal
that you see.
standards, no.
Oh, okay. All right. So with that, I ask that you vote in the right place.
Hi, John Kerner, 325 Terrell Avenue. First of all, I want to say I agree with the concerns of the residents over the impact of the current and proposed usage on the neighborhood, particularly the safety concern of the increased traffic that was raised. But I just have a quick clarifying question, and I appreciate the board clarifying the permitted uses, particularly the definition that Mr. Green read. And my clarifying question is on that. So obviously, the board can either approve or deny the variance request. If it's denied, we heard some testimony from the planner that the current use could go on as it exists today, and potentially they could even expand the building. So my question is, what's the jurisdiction of the board with respect to the single family, the ruling that it is a single family? You mentioned the Supreme Court or the state court ruling of 12 students who attend the same school and commit to live there through the end of school. In my mind, there are a lot of differences between that scenario and what's going on here. But what is the jurisdiction of the board? If it's denied, could the board then say this is also not being used as a single family home? I think you said one of your own members actually flagged it because of concerns about that.
Now, the board's jurisdiction is limited to deciding the application?
The application at that point.
Right.
Right, so basically, it's back in the hands of the zoning enforcement officer after we've made our decision. If we denied it, it would be back in the hands of the zoning enforcement officer.
And then what could happen?
It would continue as a single family home.
As it's currently run?
You're 12 occupants.
I'm asking the zoning enforcement officer that question. I'm sorry, folks, but let's keep it.
Unfortunately, the laws and the case law.
Speak up.
Unfortunately, the case law and the definitions of a single-family home doesn't mean they have to be related people. Basically, them living there. What they won't be able to do is have the events, have people come to run these programs and do things like that. But they can still live there.
So by denying this application, what would we be giving the community?
What's that?
What would the community be getting from our denial, which they're asking for right now? So far as I've heard. But I'm very thankful for your question, by the way, because this is something that I was going to try to address. And
they would be able to continue to use the property as a single-family home, the same way the Salesian brothers were allowed to use it as a single-family home. They're not
so the
related
current
people,
conditions that they've expressed concern about would continue.
Unfortunately, I don't know of any way. I don't think the town has any way to stop it.
Okay. And if we didn't deny it, then we could impose restrictions that they would have to comply with if we approved the application. Am I understanding that correctly? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Sir, can I ask one more clarification? So is the town wouldn't be able to do anything about the single-family home because of the court ruling that you mentioned?
Well, a single-family home is a permitted use.
Well, right, but the definition of a single family.
And the definition of a single family is there isn't a limitation on the number of people. The limitation on the number of people is based on the building code, how many bedrooms there are, the size of the bedrooms, how many people can stay in the bedrooms.
Yeah, so
they wouldn't, as a single-family home, they're not permitted to park vehicles in front of the house.
Yeah.
So they would only have parking. The application is denied the additional parking spaces that they're proposing. They could not do. They can't put the additional parking there. All the parking needs to be from the front of the house back. Doesn't mean that, most houses people still park in front of the house, on their driveway, but legally, the parking spaces need to be from, behind the front of the house.
And what about these visits twice a month? What about these visits twice a month? Are we going to, is the code enforcement officer going to get involved in that? How are you going to go after that? Because if we say, no, it's single family, it's not a house of worship, they could still occupy it, and they have these meetings still twice a month. Is there anything we're going to do about that?
Well, I don't know. I don't know how that would be enforced. I don't think code enforcement would be able to enforce.
It would be very difficult.
But would be very difficult. But the question then becomes, though, if the property is owned by a religious organization and they're having religious events once, twice a month, or whatever, then in my opinion, and I may be wrong, then it's not just a single-family home. They're doing religious events, so it becomes a religious building.
Would that be any different
Even
than
if
if you
once
partied your house once
I
a
would
month?
think that it would still be considered, a religious building, in which case you're back to where we are now with the conditional use as opposed to the permitted use.
And what was the other? I was going to ask another question about that. I'm sorry. I'll get it in a second.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Please.
So, and I'm sorry if you answered this and I misunderstood, but so the definition of a single-family unit is not defined by the board, it's defined at the state level, not at the village level.
That was something I didn't point out. Miss Pittman, I think is her name. She talked about the South Orange definition of a family. It does not comport with the state's more expansive, in my non-legal opinion. The state has much more expansive, and the state courts obviously will supersede our ordinance.
But, right.
Well, if the applicant chose to litigate. There's also this is the issue also of inherently beneficial. I'm not, this is something that something we need to be concerned about is if we consider this inherently beneficial. Courts consider religious uses inherently beneficial, and applicants are quite eager to use that to their advantage. And Ms. Birkenwald, I'm not saying anything Ms. Birkenwald didn't even mention it in her application to us, that courts look favorably on this, and they very much frown upon attempts to deny the practice of religion. This is, I understand this is a bunch of college boys in there, Catholic college boys, and the worry is, they're Catholic college boys drinking and partying. I understand that. But the courts may not view it as skeptically as we might. I should also add, for what it's worth, this board has not been afraid to turn down applications historically. We've turned down Seton Hall itself and went all the way to the Supreme Court of the state, and we won. So for what it's worth, we're not afraid to fight if we need to. It's just there are other considerations here, and I'm not interested in picking a fight I think I'm going to lose. So those are the matters.
If I could make just a slight comment or recommendation. 1105. If we continue to speak from the floor, we may be pushing this to the next meeting. And the board hasn't commented or made or said anything yet. So I think that you have the choice of coming to the mic, pushing this to the next meeting date, or giving the board a chance to discuss this, probably vote tonight. You have to be very honest.
Well, look, Ed, if it goes to the next meeting, it goes to the next
No, I'm
meeting.
not saying anything is bad with that. I just don't know the anxiety.
Well, I understand their anxiety. I would be sharing their anxiety. I've been on the board for 10 years. Maybe I'm less anxious. But I want to give everybody a chance to speak, too. And we could call it right now and come back. We could come back next month. If we came back next month, we're going to bring on the other applicant first to get it done with. But we might want to do that right now. I'm having trouble, as you can see now, I'm fading. I'm having trouble articulating my questions, and that's not a good sign. Why don't we, what I propose to do is we have 3 people standing up here to speak. Are there others who want to speak? Yeah, exactly. This could go on.
I think you should call it now. And we
Call
should
it
come
now?
back, because,
We're not going to finish anyway.
this is complicated. We're going to have to really think about this and talk about it.
Oh, everybody wants to leave one final thought. Okay, you're the last one. Then we're gonna adjourn it. Yeah, right. Go ahead.
My name is Doug Huebner. I'm 391 Park Court. I'm a realtor. There is a dearth of homes on the market. I've never seen our inventory so low. There is also a huge amount of investors investing in our town. That house never came on the open market. I know of 2 neighbors who approached the priests about buying the home. There are many developers who would go in there and be able to make that a single-family residence and make money off of it. I did it on 345 Irving. We bought a broken-down house for $345. We fixed it up. It had over a half an acre of land, and it sold for $808. That house has value as a house.
All right. Yeah, I think it's best we adjourn for the evening. I want you all to come back to the next meeting. The next meeting will be next month.
June 2nd.
June 2nd, Tuesday, June 2nd at 7 p.m. We are going to take the Fairview Avenue case first, which I'm hoping will proceed quickly. So that's what we're going to do. The next meeting will be where? Will it be here? Will the next meeting be here or downstairs? Don't know.
Either here or downstairs.
Okay, thank you. Have a good evening, everybody. Adjourn.